modifications to state law to allow for law enforcement to engage in vehicle chases of car theft suspects, which is really great. I would suggest an enhancement to sentencing. If a stolen vehicle is used in the commission of a crime which results in the death or injury of anyone, the people need to spend more time in jail. And we're seeing this done, vehicles being run into pot shops to gain entry. But anyway, so I just find this curious. I'm not sure why we need to pass this. I guess we need to adopt it because it's state law. But does this give us any additional tool? Is this an additional tool? Do we need this to prosecute vehicle theft suspects? That's all.
Attorney Fennell, do you want to provide any context just to answer Mr. Runyon's question real quick? Hold on one sec while we swap microphones.
So the adoption of this code is necessary for the municipal prosecution of this crime. We're not able to prosecute it otherwise. It is different than taking a motor vehicle without the owner's permission. It's specific to making or possessing motor vehicle theft tools. And our city prosecutor asked that we adopt it so that he could charge it.
So thank you. Are there any other public comments in any one of the consent agenda items? All right, let me just triple check no one else online. All right, seeing and hearing none, I'll go to the council for a motion. Yes, Councilmember Dennehy.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second, and I call for the question.
Councilmember Chamberlain,
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
Dennehy,
Yes.
Goodnow,
Yes.
Mochler,
Yes.
Younger,
Yes.
Coughlin.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. This concludes, let's see, the consent agenda. Next on the agenda is public recognition.
Excellent. As noted on the agenda, public recognition provides an opportunity for attendees to address the council on any issue not already on tonight's agenda. So if you're here to speak to either the general business items regarding the court or unauthorized camping, please hold your comments until those items come up. Another reminder that it's election season. Please refrain from any comments on political campaigns or ballot measures. If you didn't get one, we have a new handout that kind of provides clarification on public recognition and comment process. So for public recognition, the time limit is 3 minutes. And just to note that we won't be entering into a dialogue at this time. The purpose is for you, the public, to inform us, the council, about your views. So we won't, participate if asked to stand or do anything, and we won't have any back and forth dialogue. But if you have factual questions, council or staff can address them after you have finished. With that, I'll open the floor for public recognition, and we'll go ahead and start in the room, and other folks can line up at the podium or raise your hands on Zoom.
Mary Lou Long, a longtime resident of Bremerton. I'm here once again to try to get the council and the mayor to reinstate reciting the Pledge of Allegiance as the formal opening of our city meetings. I'm a little bit, behind the schedule because public recognition comes now, not at the very beginning, but I still want to say the Pledge of Allegiance. And so with that, I'd like to invite the council to stand, the mayor to stand, and any of the staff and the audience to stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance with me if they'd like to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Our Constitution says the Constitution says that we, the people, make up the government. We elect people to represent us, but we are the voice. We are the rulers of our own fate. And if we don't speak out and direct our elected officials in the right direction, we are going to suffer the consequences of poor decision-making, ignorant decision-making, and costly, expensive, foolish endeavors. So I'm really happy to see that there's more people coming to the city council. I'd like to see this on a regular basis. The reason that the flag and the Pledge of Allegiance is so important to me, it reminds me, and it should remind everybody, where we came from, how we got the right to speak our mind and to direct our representatives. And so if we acknowledge the flag and all the attributes that it represents and the Pledge of Allegiance, the values in that Pledge of Allegiance, it's a good role model for our young people. And it also just reminds us of where we came from and what we're all about. Reminds us of the Constitution and all of our rights. The reason that the council, for some of the people that are here that don't know why the council is not saying the Pledge of Allegiance or even giving the full respect of just standing to recognize the flag and the pledge, is that during the COVID, they were holding their Zoom meetings. And so they were in their homes, comfy in their chairs. They never had to get out of their chair. And they decided it was just a waste of time to say it, so they didn't say it. And came to council, and they're here publicly and physically, and they still don't say it. And they have their own personal reasons, but I think that it's very foolish of them. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you for your comment. And I forgot to mention, yes, we please request that you state your name for the record. If you live or work in Bremerton, please address your comments to me. And just a note for folks who are wondering, last time the Zoom timer is correct. It does keep track of time. Once in a while, a frame will skip. So it looks like it skips a number. It is keeping track accurately of the 3 minutes. So thank you. And with that, we'll continue in the room. Please go ahead.
I am Jane Rebelowski. I've lived in Bremerton for over 25 years. And I respect Ms. Long's position. However, that's not everybody's position. The Pledge of Allegiance was written by a flag salesman to sell more flags. And I believe in my Constitution, and I believe in the Bill of Rights. And I read history, and I'm looking at history in the making. It doesn't make you less an American, but you also have to remember a lot of people don't feel comfortable because there isn't liberty and justice for all. And they added the under God part just during the communist Red Scare. So there's different reasons why people aren't comfortable with the Pledge of Allegiance, and it's not part of our Constitution. It came many years later to celebrate the Columbia exhibition. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And just a reminder for those in the room, if you needed to have a side conversation, please go outside. Thank you. All right. Yes, please continue.
I'm Zita Bennett, resident of Bremerton for 41 years. And I oppose the plan to make Bremerton a tourist attraction for celebrating Krampus, currently celebrated on first Friday in December. There is very little information about the mythological character from whom Krampus is modeled, but there is a long history of an evil Krampus character. He had a counterpart in showing a contrast between good and evil. And today, Krampus's costume still looks like that creature from hell. There are tales of Krampus kidnapping and eating naughty children and scaring the hell out of others to deter naughtiness. After all the history that I've learned about Krampus, I cannot agree with those who say that Krampus could teach us about kindness and love. We should beware of deception coming from an evil character like Krampus. But writers, movie makers, and others have creative license to make a fictional character to be anything they want it to be. Sometimes it works, sometimes it works a little, and sometimes it doesn't make sense at all. The Chamber of Commerce is taking an active role in the grand plan to make our city a tourist attraction for Krampus. According to Eric Morley, the producer and organizer of Krampus Not Bremerton, the Chamber of Commerce is helping coordinate the event and propel its longevity as a Bremerton tradition. He went on to write, "It would be great to build an event that mimics those in Austria and anchors our community as Puget Sound's home to Krampus," end quote. As a resident of Bremerton, I oppose this grand plan. However, I do appreciate the organizer's promise to ban any performer who enters a non-participating business. And finally, I want to say that I am aware that my first public comment was perhaps a little confusing for some to comprehend, but I stand by my comment, and I want to correct a statement made to you in the response. You were never told by me that Krampus is the devil. Krampus is fiction. Krampus is not the devil, and Krampus is not love. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else for public recognition? Yes. All right, please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Erin Hale. I am the Executive Director of the Downtown Bremerton Association. Good evening to all of you. A lot to get through today. It's been a delightfully busy week in downtown Bremerton as we prepare for the holiday season, including Krampus and Santa at Winterfest. We can't start it off without talking about Halloween. We currently have costume donation stations in 12 locations around the area, ready to receive your gently used kids' costumes. On October 14th, we'll share everything we've collected in the Roxy Theater lobby, where any and all children get to pick out their costumes for free. Spark Commons will be handing out bags. Moments in Bremerton will be painting faces, and the Roxy will screen Disney's Coco at 1 p.m. thanks to sponsorship. On October 31st, we'll close the streets from 5 to 7:30 at Pacific and 4th to invite families for one of the largest events of the year, Trick or Treat Street. There'll be cool trucks to touch, a beautifully crafted photo booth, and lots of candy and popcorn from the Roxy. We dearly need costumes, so if you see one, snag it. Think of this as Toys for Tots, but with costumes. We also have posters in English and Spanish, thanks to our friends at Kayak, and we'll be distributing those shortly. Tomorrow, I will be accompanying the former mayor, Lynn Horton, to Seattle to meet with the organizers of Seattle Restored, who have successfully created a movement of art installations and pop-ups in empty spaces. We look forward to learning everything we can from them in hopes that we can replicate the program right here. We're fortunate to work in partnership with the Creative District Pursuits and can't emphasize enough how perfectly the revitalization efforts are with the Main Street DBA's pursuit of Main Street designation. We as a community are incredibly fortunate to have the efforts of the entire Arts Commission, but I'm personally grateful for Lynn Horton's leadership and mentorship. She deserves to have her name dedicated on something somewhere at some point in the near future. There's a hot tip on the street. Fox in the Morning is going to broadcast from Bremerton, September 29th. There are a couple known locations, but more details will be revealed shortly. This is a true indication of Bremerton's forward momentum, thanks to all of our collective efforts. We've submitted budget requests for 2024 to the mayor's office to all of you, and hope for your full stamp of approval as we gear up for yet another full event-rich year, celebrating the best and most unique details of our wonderful city. And I'm in full, for whomever doesn't know about Krampus, Krampus is an amazing event that brings a lot of economic vitality to our downtown space. What you experience right now in Bremerton is a result of these types of events. We do have an event that celebrates Santa. Everyone is welcome to these spaces. So I just wanted to share a little bit about that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you for your comment. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Travis Merrigan from Bremerton, here to talk about level of service, which was a brand new concept to me. First time I learned it was at your study session last week. Did a little bit of study. This is what I learned. Level of service is like a report card for a street. But unlike a report card for a student, level of service doesn't study multiple subjects like science, English, and math. In Bremerton, level of service only studies how fast cars go at rush hour traffic. For instance, reading from the in-depth 6th Street study from 2020, where they studied the entire corridor and level of service. Level of service is a qualitative description of blah, blah, blah. Level of service A represents free flow conditions with minimal delays. Level of service F representing breakdown flow with
little
high
closer to
delays.
the mic, please.
With high delays. So in other words, level of service studies rush hour cars. Who does level of service exclude? Well, it excludes students walking to elementary school. It excludes people who don't have a car, who are waiting on busy streets for a bus. And it excludes homeless people who are disproportionately affected by traffic violence. Even if they live in a car, they still spend a lot of time out on the streets. Level of service is the wrong metric for assessing our streets and what kind of improvements need to be made to our streets. What's a better solution? Well, the Washington State Department of Transportation recommends level of traffic stress. There's two types of level of traffic stress, one for bicycles and one for pedestrians. Both types incorporate, in addition to how streets serve cars, they incorporate how they feel and how they work for people on bikes and people and pedestrians. The level of stress was noted in the recent work study presentation, where Parametrics was recommending that it be included in the 2024 comprehensive plan. And also, I believe it should be included in any study of 6th Street, which the community has been calling for a bike lane on 6th Street since 2007. So please take another look at level of service and level of transit, level of traffic stress incorporated into your plans. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
How's that?
Perfect. Thank you.
Council President Coughlin and Bremerton City Council members. I'm Diane Iverson, resident of Bremerton and an advocate for safer streets for all ages and abilities. I want to thank the City Council for their vote on August 2nd, 2023 for a safer Warren Avenue Bridge. Your leadership has made this happen. The city of Poulsbo, our neighbor to the north, had a ribbon cutting ceremony on June 14th this summer for the Johnson Parkway SR 305 roundabout. This was the biggest construction project led by the city of Poulsbo, $20 million for a roundabout, new and improved roadway, non-motorized tunnel under SR 305, newly constructed shared use path, removal of one fish barrier, wetland restoration, and 7,500 tree seedlings were planted. Why is this relevant to us here in Bremerton? What does the Warren Avenue Bridge have in common with the Johnson Parkway project? A lot. They are both the biggest single comprehensive transportation project that either city has taken the lead. Let me take a moment to share with you how Poulsbo funded the Johnson Parkway project. It was a total of $20 million. $5.3 million came from the Washington legislature under Connect Washington. 2.6 for the tunnel came from Surface Transportation and City and the Transportation Improvement Board. 2.3 million was for culverts from Stormwater. 8.5 million for Johnson Parkway from the Surface Transportation, a whole lot of initials, TIB and City REIT and City Utility and City Bond. So what is my ask of you? That the city of Bremerton be comprehensive now in the design and the securing of funds for the bridge and its connectors. That we show the legislature that we are indeed shovel ready. Shovel ready is how you move to the top of the Moving Ahead Washington list for funding. Shovel ready is how Poulsbo was able to get back on the Connect Washington list for funded projects when a freeze was announced in 2020. Our current funding source for the Warren Avenue Bridge includes $25 million from the state legislature through Moving Ahead Washington. At this time, there is just one funding source. Let's show the legislature that we are committed to this project by addressing the connectors now, not later. The council funded a design for the bridge and its connectors, yet the committee has not seen anything on connectors since November 30th of last year. Let's be comprehensive and timely so that we can make it to the top of the Moving Ahead Washington list. If Poulsbo can do it, I know we can too.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, Kelsey Stedman. I work here in Bremerton, born and raised. I just wanted to let council know that planning is starting for Project Connect. That'll be in early January. As a reminder to folks, this is how we offer services to individuals who may be experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, and it really helps us get what we know is an undercount, but as close as possible to those experiencing homelessness, either literally or technically. So just wanted to let you guys know that homelessness committee is starting to do that planning, and we need volunteers for that. And that it's really important work because we mention the point in time counts often and helps us advocate for funding. So encourage you guys to get involved if you can. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
And if people want to get involved, they can go to the Kids Up Housing and Homelessness Coalition website.
Excellent. Thank you. Let's go do a couple online. Let's start with Joanna Hayes.
Hello, this is Joanna Hayes, Bremerton resident. I just wanted to speak up today because I've listened to some of the commentary, mostly about whether or not we say the Pledge of Allegiance. And I want to say that it's just as American to not say the Pledge of Allegiance as it is to say it. And that's what our Constitution says. There should be no moralizing about something like that. Performative patriotism helps no one. And there's a lot of different types of people in our country who have had various different experiences with our countries. And that has not been good for a lot of people. And Bremerton should be a place where everyone has a place to do what they want. I mean, culturally, not literally. We should be just as comfortable with having Krampus as with having Santa Claus, who I will remind people also has his own naughty and nice thing. And so that's not just Krampus. And not everyone in this city is a Christian. I happen to be Jewish. There are many beliefs in this country and in this state and in this town. And everyone should be welcome to celebrate how they are, how they traditionally do, without being disrupted by others. Krampus, for example, is not going to go into stores where he is not invited. And that is exactly how it should be. He is going to be where he's invited and in public places. And that should be allowed, regardless of how someone might view Krampus. That is what I wanted to share today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll go to Roy Runyon.
Or did he already speak during our public?
He spoke on the consent agenda, but
Thank
not
you
public
for
recognition.
clarifying.
Oh, good. Thank you. Mr. Runyon, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I alluded to this earlier. I'm concerned about the AWC 2024 legislative agenda. This was published on the AWC homepage September 15th, 2023, and will be adopted on September 27th by the Board of Directors of the Association of Washington Cities. Citizens, the Association of Washington Cities is an extra governmental organization that takes membership fees from Washington cities, which means taxpayer dollars. Some of their goals is actually anti-republic, anti-citizen. Let me give you an example. Some of these things are great. I don't have any problem with, I support, but here's a list of things that the Association of Washington Cities, and by extension, the city of Bremerton, the City.Council, may be in favor of. Public Records Act, explore ways to reduce the impact of abusive public records requests and litigation. So, all of the council members have claimed that they support transparency. If the city of Bremerton, the City Council, supports some modification to the Public Records Act that reduces the ability of citizens to find out what their governments are doing, then that's hypocritical. Then the City Council doesn't really support transparency. And here's a big one, sales tax, or property tax, I should say. There's currently a 1% cap on collections across an entire jurisdiction. The AWC is considering adopting a policy position that would revise the property tax cap to tie it to inflation up to 3%, along with population growth factors. And this goes on to say the current 1% cap has created a structural deficit in the city revenue and expenditure model resulting in a reliance on regressive revenues and artificially restricting the use of property taxes to fund community needs. My question to the City Council and the Council President is, will you be adopting a resolution that formally adopts these policy positions so that the city residents and taxpayers know what you are pushing, and so they can decide if what you are pushing go against the interest of our citizens?
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll go to Jamal. Jamal, if you can hear us, please go ahead.
And I want to,
There we go.
I am a teenager, and I want to thank the City Council for keeping the glory hole on Callow open. My underage friends, and I have met some really nice people.
Okay, we're gonna stop that one. That's a prank call. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Again, please keep it related to city business. Yeah, that was not a human being. Okay. Human beings only. All right. Next up, Justin from Washington. Please go ahead, Justin.
Hi, my name's Justin Gurley. I live in Manette, born and raised here. To start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, I feel that it's perfectly acceptable that the council does not do this at the beginning. I feel that it's a waste of time that we're going to pay our city council to recite this every single time that they meet is just unacceptable. During speaking times such as this is perfectly acceptable for residents of the city to do that. As far as Krampus as well, you know, we should be inclusive to all things. And if the city residents want to put on something that has to do with Krampus, by all means. And it's been an actual boon for the city. What I would like to ask the council is, once we have solved the camping ordinance, what is going to happen in the future when it comes to our homeless population? Because we need a solution to it, not just shelters. Shelters do not work. They're a Band-Aid. So once we need to start thinking about that now as well. And we should look at eminent domain. We should look at properties that are just vacant lots.
I'm just gonna ask you to save comments regarding the camping ordinance for that item of discussion, but if you have anything unrelated to it, please continue.
Okay, I felt that it did not have to do with the camping ordinance, as it's looking at a solution to housing, not a solution to the camping ordinance. But I will save my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's tough interrelated topics, obviously. Christy Lyson, please go ahead.
Good evening, Council. I'm just actually commenting on the interaction that happened with the caller previously to the one you just talked to. And I completely understand why you need to keep people from saying vulgar things or having topics discussed that are not appropriate for a city council meeting. However, you are discriminating against people with disabilities when you say only human beings can be the speech that you hear. Many people with disabilities that disrupt their ability to speak use type-in devices that then speak for them, and they record ahead of time their comments, and they use the speech devices to aid in their communication. So I just want to put that out there, that don't make a blanket statement that only humans can interact with the camera.
Thank you. Absolutely appreciate it for you pointing that out. And I apologize if anybody does use text to speech to do that. The previous commenter, I think, is a known person who uses, is not someone who is disabled, who those comments are coming from, but absolutely appreciate for the future. Thank you. All right, anybody else for public recognition? All right, seeing and hearing no, one more. All right, and anyone else, please line up at the podium.
I'm Mike Simpson. I live in District 6. I'm a fourth generation Bremertonian. And I'm a combat veteran. I spent 22 years in the military fighting for that flag. And I hear the comments, and I spent the time in service defending the ability for folks to make comments that I absolutely disagree with, because it's our right to do that. And I think that the solution to disagreeable speech isn't a blanket stoppage of speech, but it's more speech. That's how you solve that. And it is appropriate for our city council to start the meeting with a little bit of pomp and circumstance. To start with that Pledge of Allegiance that simply reminds our elected officials of their adherence to our Constitution, to our state constitution, and to our federal constitution, and to our city charter that they swear to uphold. And it's important. It's a simple affirmation to a symbol of what we're here for, what our government represents. And it is important that we do that. I'd also like to add that we should bring back the invocation. And I will remind the council that the invocation is not a religious event. It is simply someone to come in and say nice things about the city. We've had a council member on one occasion do it. Another council member who's not here, who's on the video, who's also done the invocation. An invocation that says good things about the city and wishes the city well. I think that's an appropriate way to start our meetings. And it takes less than the 2 minutes that we give for public recognition, in some cases, or 3 minutes for public recognition. I think that that's an appropriate way to start our meetings. There are other entities in our county and our state that start with both. And I think it's appropriate, and we should go back to it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any more online? Okay, seeing and hearing none, I will close public recognition. For folks standing in the back, I see a couple chairs up front if anyone wants, and if folks can just raise your hand if you got an empty chair next to you that someone may need, much appreciated. All right, we now move on to general business. First, please go ahead and, Ms. Huber.
6, general business. Item 6A, request for budget adjustment to provide additional security services for Bremerton Municipal Court. Our presenter tonight is Judge Flood.
Welcome, Judge Flood. Do we have her in person or online? There
I
we
am
are.
online. Can you hear me?
All right, we can. Please take it away, Judge.
Thank you. Also with me this evening, I have is Kyle Landry from the Administrative Office of the Courts to assist in the presentation. As you are aware, the court came on the agenda last week to present a need and a request as instructed by our Director of Finance and with the assistance of Melinda from our city staff with contracts. And this is an issue of safety and security for our employees, for the public, as well as anyone who comes into the courthouse and is around the courthouse. I understand the concern as to a budget request at this time of the year. However, this court, anticipating the need to have additional security, did originally place it in our budget request of 2022 for the 2023 year, anticipating that with the restrictions from the pandemic being lifted, that we would have more foot traffic in the court, that there would be more trials being had. In the last year, we have had 10 jury trials. During my predecessor's time, his last 2 years were during COVID. There were no jury trials being had. The foot traffic his last 2 years was very different than the foot traffic that the court is experiencing at this time. Additionally, we're seeing a massive increase in chargings because of the new statute and the adoption of the code for public use. That was also anticipated as far as charging. The city prosecutor has asked the court to move in the direction of having more hearings in person versus online. So virtual hearings, while they're still happening, the majority of our hearings for our pre-trials, those individuals are coming in person. In addition to the defendants that are coming in, we have our civil infractions that happen on Thursday afternoons. The foot traffic during that time has also increased. The foot traffic from those individuals who are called in to serve as jurors has increased. The change that we see in the city of Bremerton, the homelessness as well as the unhoused that are just a block and a half away, comes through our courts. There's a revolving door that we're seeing. So while it may be looked at as these are misdemeanors, there's nothing to be afraid of. There's threats. There's people using drugs in our court bathrooms. We did institute putting a lock on, but we still can't control what happens in the bathroom. Our Merchant Patrol city contract person was injured just a couple of months ago. He does not have the ability to detain anyone. He is unarmed. Prior to this, the city court was in a relationship with the sheriff's office, where the sheriff's office provided security for us. That retired officer, from my understanding, was also injured by a defendant. So when the court is coming to you today, making the request for the budget item, these things have been considered in conversation and with information received, as well as advice received from our chief of police, who was with me last week when I presented. Our first request was made to the chief, and he indicated that they're short-staffed. He put a call out and asked if there was anyone wanting overtime. No one responded. We got back together and talked about what are our other options. And Seattle's finest was who came highly recommended from our chief. They also provide support for Gig Harbor Municipal Court in the same capacity in which we're asking. So they have the history. They have officers that have come into our court on a limited trial basis and been able to provide the support that the court needs. Our Bremerton Police Department provides transportation to the court for in-person hearings every other Wednesday. It takes 3 officers to provide that transport for those in-person hearings. The court is tasked with making sure everyone who comes in that court, especially our staff, are safe. This court's needs are very different than the previous court's needs. And for that individual to opine on anything of this court is this court's opinion that it's inappropriate, as that person is not present and does not know what the current needs are. There has been several things that prior to this court asking for things to be documented were not documented. We're required to provide any incident reports to the Office of Administrative of the Courts. Merchant informed this court that the prior administration did not want any of those reports. So any incidents that were prior to my administration and coming in were not being reported to the Office of Administrator of the Courts. It's important to remember that the court is not a department, that there's a clear separation of powers, that ultimately any incidents that have happened and have led to this request, the court provided information at the Safety Committee. The court provided information earlier this year that the foot traffic would be increasing and the security needs were going to need to change. I'm going to now let Kyle provide some information in regards to the Office of the Courts and security with other courts and supplement.
Hey, my name is Kyle Landry. I'm with the Administrative Office of the Courts. Pulled together some information to help support Judge Flood, as well as read through former Judge Doctor's letter. Just wanted to address some of the things that he said.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Landry. We're having a hard time hearing the audio, just cutting in and out a little.
However, that being said, part of the liability.
I'm sorry, Mr. Landry, can you hear me? The audio is still cutting in and out. It's possible to try a different mic or.
And in my opinion, I believe that having increased instances of violent events happening in this courthouse, or potentially violent events and drugs used in that courthouse, and those going unaddressed, is equal liability, or presents a vulnerability of liability. He also said that it's impossible for firearms to be present with metal detectors being there. I would say that just in July, we had firearms make it past some metal detectors in another courthouse, as well as edged weapons making their way past metal detectors fairly regularly, especially with prevalence of
I think we've lost your audio completely now, Mr. Landry. Yeah, if you can hear us, there's no audio at all. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there we go.
Okay. I guess what I really want to say is that a safe courthouse is essential to the effective administration of justice. Former Judge Doctor, during his resignation, talked about becoming a little disenfranchised with the court system and its lack of administrative justice. And I think that the safety of not only staff, but also the jurors who are required to come to court, as well as the defendants who, whether they are found guilty or are defending themselves, have an equal right to appear at a courthouse and defend themselves in a safe environment, with the ability to use the bathroom without having to worry about coming into contact with active drug use. I think that being proactive in increasing security is one of the best measures that can be done. It sounds like they are working with law enforcement there to try to address what they can.
And I'm not sure if the
I'm not sure if the lack of staffing is due to a lack of candidates in their pool or a lack of funding on their end as well. But I think that using proactive approaches and being creative with this in the meantime, as you guys seek to figure out a permanent way forward to increase safety in the courthouse is really important. And I think that Judge Flood is willing to be creative in addressing those. And, you know, if there is a no vote, working with law enforcement to really figure out a way forward so that you guys can take some half measures to take steps towards increasing security versus just saying no, come back to when you have a better plan available. I will say that as courts continue to open up and become more open to the public and see increased foot traffic, we see increased threats to judges as well as staff and jurors. We also see an increase in incidents statewide. I'll say nationwide as well. The U.S. Marshals data indicates that their threats increase year over year. The only years that we had decreases was when courts shut down essentially and weren't seeing anyone. And partially that is because there's also nobody there to report the incidents into our system. So with that said, AOC, the Administrative Office of the Courts would absolutely support anything that you guys see fit as far as increasing officer presence, whether that is private security or police or sheriff's deputies within the courthouses and all the courthouses.
Great, thank you. Anything else on the presentation, Judge Flood?
Yes, I believe excuse me, Melinda is there from the contracts and had some information to provide. There were some questions asked at the last meeting that she did not get to respond to.
So this evening I do have a contract for you.
Excuse
Excuse me, if you can hear me. I have sent on a copy of that contract to you, a draft version, and I do have our final version that is ready to go. And I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding that or the procurement process.
Excellent, all right, thank you. I'll then ask, does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Yes, we'll go online to Mr. Runyon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Well, a very interesting history. I was a big advocate for maintaining an independent municipal court. The former mayor tried to move away from that and contract with the county. And we also provided a facility. It was very expensive, provided a decent facility for our court to serve our citizens. I'm going to suggest that part of what's happening is there's been a failure of leadership at the legislative level amongst judges and prosecutors and even city councils, where we're not prosecuting folks that need to be prosecuted. We're not holding people accountable. So there's been a permissive environment, and that has led to the problem.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Runyon. Folks, can ask you to please hold applause so that we can hear the individual speaking and give them time. So let's put, I'll give you an extra 20 seconds, Mr. Runyon. Sorry for that interruption.
Okay, well, I just want to say, I think there's a permissive atmosphere as far as allowing criminals to do what they want to do without consequences. So I hope electeds think about that, all electeds, including all of you attending tonight. I have a question. This was raised by former Judge Doctor. He indicated or suggested that the current judge follow the Washington State Courthouse Public Safety Standards. Now, this is published by the Washington courts, and I'd like the council to ask the judge if all of these measures have been put into effect to ensure safety and security of employees and citizens who attend the court. If not, I suggest the city council vote this budget adjustment down until the public safety standards have been fully implemented at our court and there is accountability. I would ask that the audit committee or some other body objectively determine whether or not these standards had been met at our municipal court. And until then, I'm not in support of spending one more dime at the court. We're already spending $2 million a year. That's the budgeted amount, just under $2 million a year. Some of the court's responsibilities have been contracted out to the county now. That's not a good situation for the taxpayers or the citizens of Bremerton. So vote this budget adjustment down until we can verify that the Washington State Courthouse public safety standards have been fully implemented by our municipal court. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, please go ahead in the room here.
Yes, my name is Ken Buchanan. Lived here for 45 years. I would just like to endorse Seattle's finest. I work with them all the time. I have them on speed dial. Use them for traffic control in Seattle. And it's ex-police officers, sometimes current police officers in Seattle, and they come from all over. I've had state patrol officers come from east of the mountains. And all they need is a valid charge number. Call them up and they're there like the next day. Whatever time you need them, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 a year. That's all I have about that.
Excellent. Thank you. Anyone else for public comment on this item? All right, seeing here. Oh, one more. All right, please go ahead.
Again, I'm Mike Simpson from District 6. When I was on the council, I told you that this was going to happen. We had before us a vote where we were going to take away armed security from the courts, and I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. And it baffles me that this would even come up as a topic now, because we should have armed security in our courts. We know that people who have a propensity to break laws with weapons. We know that people who break laws don't like to follow the rules, and they end up in court. Bad people do bad things. And it's a point that shouldn't have to be belabored. It shouldn't have to be explained ad infinitum. But we also have to hold our elected officials accountable. And if the standards that need to be implemented in our court system are not being implemented, then you, as our representatives who hold the power of the purse, need to make the prudent decision and determine what is necessary. If it is prudent that we spend the money, then please do so. But if it is not, because the standards are not being met, then hold those accountable and do so expeditiously. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alex Hansen. I'm a Bremerton resident. Something that just came to mind here is anytime that we create a gun-free zone, we prohibit gun-abiding citizens from being able to legally conceal carry. And so we do this at courthouses, we do this at schools, and we do this at bars and liquor stores and things like that, right? So anytime we're going to create a gun-free zone that law-abiding citizens are not going to be able to conceal carry, we need to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place, metal detectors and armed officers that are going to be able to provide that security whenever you take that right away from a citizen. So.
Thank you for your comment. Let's call any more public comment on this item.
My name is Henry Wadsworth, Long Fellowship II. I was listening to what you said.
I'm so sorry. Sir, you get the microphone a little closer. Thank you.
I was listening to what you said about for budget, but somebody asked about a standard that should have already been there when Ms. Flood became administrator. That's what you need to do first, and that shouldn't be charged to her account or her administration, because it should have already been there. You're asking somebody to do something, and you haven't given them the tools to be successful. What do you expect them to do?
Thank you for your comment. All right, anyone else public comments? Seeing we do have one online. Okay. That was the last item, I believe. Yeah. Justin from Washington, please go ahead.
Hi, Justin Washington again. About having a gun-free zone in our courts. The guns, good citizens with guns does not help anything. Bringing our own weapons into the court system is not going to help anything or solve the violence in the court system. Having more personnel will help, but let's look at the standards that the previous person was talking about. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, seeing and hearing no more public comment, I'll go to the council for a motion. Sorry. Yeah, point of order. Oh, I'm so thank you, Councilmember Good now. Guess there's one online here. Oh, Mr. Landry. Yes, did you have something to add?
Yes, as the current staff person for the BJA Court Security Committee, I would just say that the standards they do work. You're supposed to be working on all of the standards simultaneously. One of those is court security officers there for entry screening, as well as really following the National Center for State Courts guidelines, which basically the fundamental is court security committee policies and procedures, threat and incident reporting, security training. Directly after that, it launches into court security officers as being a critical next step. So that is essentially category B, directly after your court security committee, and everything else is court security officers.
Okay, thank you.
And President, before one final comment is this court has brought in
Point of order.
a
Yes, please take your point.
I don't believe that you're a member of the public in this instance, right? This is a presenter and your presentation is over, Judge Flood.
Points well
I
taken.
never said that I wasn't finished.
All right, hold on. Points well taken. I agree. I'm going to rule that we'll go back to the citizenry for public comment. If there's no more, we'll go to the council for a motion. All right, seeing and hearing no more public comment, I'll go to the council for a motion. Councilmember Chamberlain.
Thank you. And I'd like to check in with the parliamentarian. I have an alternative motion to make, which is that we table this budget adjustment to provide additional security services to Bremerton Municipal Court so that we can further investigate it and explore it at our next study session on September 27th. So how is that how
So
should I
you would
break
like
that?
to postpone it to a time
Postpone, not
certain.
table. Yes. So I make a motion to postpone.
So we would need the main motion
Okay.
first. And then from there, we would have a postponing motion.
Okay. So I
Okay,
move to postpone a
So-
budget adjustment.
I believe we need a main motion
We would
first, so
have-
I can go to another council member
Okay,
for the main
thank you.
motion.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go, Councilmember Fry.
I move to approve a budget adjustment to the Bremerton Municipal Court 2023 budget for the purpose of providing additional security services in the amount of $60,000 from existing reserves.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We're open for discussion. Councilmember Fry, the floor is yours if you wish.
I'd like to defer to Councilmember Chamberlain.
Just procedurally, as the second Councilmember Mockler, if you had anything else to defer as well.
I concur.
Okay, excellent. Councilmember Chamberlain, floor is yours.
Thank you. I make a motion to postpone the budget adjustment to provide additional security services to Bremerton Municipal Court until September 27th study session. Do we, parliamentarian, do
is
we
there a
still have
second?
discussion at this point about that if there's a second?
We
We
need-
would need a second.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, council, is there a second? I will go ahead and second that myself. Please, the floor is yours to talk about postponing the vote.
Thank you, Judge Flood. And what you know, because I've been a member of the Public Safety Committee, and even at the last study session, I've supported your request for additional security. So, oh, is she still there? Oh, she's not on camera. That's okay. So I wanted to just kind of check in on the budget. So I guess there's a world in which Mike Simpson, Roy Running, and I agree, because I too am curious about if a security standard has been met. And let me just kind of go back. I know that this language for the GR 36 asks, it says it's a recommendation, and not every court is required to do this. but I'd like to know a little bit more about your decision-making body that determines your security plan for the courts.
I'll be happy to provide you information as to what the decision making is. And as you are aware, this is a single court bench. I am the presiding judge, and per GR 29, ultimately decisions as far as security and safety preside within my authority.
Thank you so
The
much.
concern, I'm not finished. If you want to let me finish, I'm going to let you know the steps that
Judge Flood, and here's what's going on here. We have about 200 people here, and they're here for the next ordinance. So I apologize. I really mean you no disrespect.
So I can tell you the things that we have done. If you're going to cut me off, then why ask the question? You don't want the answer. If you've made up your mind as to what you're going to do, why ask me a question if you're not going to let me answer?
You're right. Go right ahead.
Now, I have not been disrespectful to this council. I have jumped through the hoops that you have required for this court to do as a department.
Question asked by Councilmember Chamberlain.
And I'm trying to do that respectfully. We have brought in separate security trainers to train our staff. Melinda attended that training where it was personal safety. And so my consultation based on what I have available to me has allowed for that personal training and safety to take place, as well as trying to put together a committee with that separate safety and security company. They have a part 2 of that training, which they would like to provide to us. And with the things that have taken place as far as the requirements that are set out, the court has taken active steps to do that plan.
Thank you very much. I just want some clarification on, so you did ask for additional funding for a bailiff, and I think I need a little bit of clarification about what the bailiff does as opposed to merchant patrol services, because currently I believe you have more FTE for security type services than Judge Doctor did in his previous term. But maybe I have a misunderstanding about what the role of the bailiff actually is. So I would
That is correct. The role of the bailiff is not a security person. We are not equipped in this county with bailiffs that operate the way that they do in bigger counties like King County. So a bailiff, it would not be security. A bailiff would work directly with the people who are coming in for potential jury duty. So they work directly with the jurors, just as they do in the county. So the same position of bailiff on call is what the county uses. And that's an on-call position specifically for days of trials. Only.
Thank you.
That is the only time.
And that position is posted now, correct?
It
Or
should be, it's going to be posted. They had to get more information as far as the job description to make sure it met the requirements as to what the city of Bremerton has versus the Kitsap County. We tried to get that person through Kitsap County.
Perfect, thank you. I'm doing my due diligence, and I have gone online and looked up Seattle's Finest, and they do have great recommendations. I think the only negative thing I read about them was that they're super expensive and that they've run up a lot of bills over at Seattle Light and Seattle other divisions. So there was a little bit of a controversy about that, but nothing to say that this group is not a wonderful group, and Mr. Buchanan also endorsed them. So I am just curious though, I just want to make sure, do my due diligence. Have we checked in with our local police union and actually received any kind of confirmation that the police union is okay with us seeking outside services from other off-duty and retired police officers?
As I indicated before, the chief presented with me last week. I checked in with the chief on several occasions. He continues to advise the court. He's a part of my advisory panel and where I go to seek advice when there are issues that come up regarding security. And he has indicated that he has checked in based on his saying that his officers aren't available. He did put it out to his officers first, And because there was no response from the Bremerton Police Department, the next step was Seattle's finest.
Thank you. So I guess I would feel more comfortable if I had a representative from the police union that actually validated that. Not that I don't trust your word or Chief Wolf's word, but it's something that I feel is important to honor our police union. So that's another reason why I think we need some more investigation. Another thing is, and I did get an email today. We really did get a comprehensive list from Merchant Patrol Services of the trainings that they participated in. And I wasn't able to get as much of a comprehensive list from Seattle's finest. I think that my hope is for Seattle's finest is that they can come in and police in the same way that Bremerton does, at least, and that they have the same training as our Bremerton Police Department. I don't know that I have that I feel comfortable enough to know that they have the same training as our police department does. And so I would love some time to just explore that. I understand that that everybody is, it's said that everybody on Seattle's finest is a retired or off-duty police officer. And I think that in our contract, it requires that it be a sworn law enforcement officer. I just know that there's a variation of trainings and from state to state and municipality to municipality. I guess I just would love some more information on if their training is as comprehensive or better, honestly, than our Merchant Patrol Services. And I'm also curious, I guess I did a little bit of research. I mean, this is $90 an hour, and I guess it's hard to put a price on safety and feeling, the feeling of safety, which a lot of our folks here are here because of, right? But at the same time, I'm just wondering if the need is actually there. It does seem that there is some increase in crime, but I don't know that the crime that was listed was that you talked about before was somebody was running from the courtroom, which I mean, that's not really something where you would need to use a weapon. You just let them run and then they get picked up because they have a warrant, right? And then a broken window, which was done later. And I just, can you help me understand the need for an armed officer to be there for 4 to 8 hours a day, 3.5 days a week, as opposed to an additional Merchant Patrol Service service professional? Just if you could just help me out with that one, because let me just tell you what I learned. What I learned is the Port Orchard Courthouse does not have armed guards in their courtroom. They do, when they're bringing somebody over, like you mentioned, and it's 3 officers for 5 inmates, I believe, and 2 officers for anything less, in the Bremerton Police Department, at least. But the Port Orchard, and the same thing, if they're bringing folks in from the jails, they have armed, police, sheriff's department, here, police department. In the Tacoma County Clerk D verified with me, her name is D, she's not Clerk D, but she verified with me that at the they do Superior District and municipal cases, and they don't have any armed security inside any of their courtrooms either. And when I talked to the King County, I talked to somebody in King County Security as the securities director, Paul, I'm gonna butcher his name, Menelopoulos. He wanted to make sure that we have distress alarms, and he also validated that having a security officer, an armed security officer, is better than, for safety. But he did acknowledge that it's cost prohibitive to have one in every courtroom. So I'd like to know why fiscally it's necessary to have an armed officer in the courtroom as opposed to an additional Merchant Patrol Services professional.
So first, I'll say that the majority of our courthouses around the state, county-wise, are provided security by the sheriff's office. I indicated that prior to COVID, I believe, there had been a contract with the sheriff's office. Since Merchant Patrol's contract excludes them and precludes them from doing any detaining, that's an issue. Merchant Patrol Merchant Patrol is limited as to what they can do. One person at the door who has been hurt by defendants, who has been challenged by defendants, is only downstairs at the clerk's office. And he can only see so much of the activity that happens when the lobby is full. We have 2 courtrooms upstairs. There's no security whatsoever upstairs. When you say, what is the need? The need is to have someone who's trained and armed, because we have had to take people into custody. And when you say someone running from the courthouse, when you're running and you're knocking people down, that's a danger. That's an issue. When you're running past the security officer who's standing in the doorway, you're knocking them down. This has happened. And
Are you saying they should be shot before they should be detained? I guess is my clarifying question.
So Ms. Chambers, can I finish?
I apologize. I guess I don't.
So
think that
these are things that have happened that have led to my request. I did not take this request lightly. There has been staff that have been threatened by defendants. We get threatening phone calls all the time. The prosecutor's office has had threats from our defendants, and they've been prosecuted with felonies. The same threats have come to the court, but there's been no prosecutions. The person who ran from the courthouse was additionally charged with another crime. We also had the individual who came in, drove to the courthouse, got high, and was getting ready to drive away from the courthouse. That it took 2 officers to detain when we called 911, on top of, at that time, we did have someone from Seattle's finest who could prevent her from leaving the courtroom. So it's not necessarily that someone is wanting to be shot or we're advocating any violence, but it did deter her from fleeing the courtroom.
Thank you.
The presence of being able to detain versus not detain an individual is the difference as far as what Merchant can offer and what they cannot offer. They do not have the training or the staff or availability, is what I'm understanding from Melinda as well as them, that they can provide this service to us. The court did not take lightly and say, okay, I'm going to go with the highest bidder. What the court did was went out, investigated, got the information, talked to the chief. We talked to our security officers who have been giving us extra security and saying, okay, what are our options? We also tried to go back to the county and say, do you have any capacity? That was all no. So where we are now, and with your deferring and saying a week, after I presented to you at the safety committee meeting, 2 days later, we had another incident. So the longer we wait on this, the more likelihood of something bad happening.
Thank you, Judge Flood. So what I hear you saying is that the necessity is that we need a security service that can detain folks rather than a security service who is precluded from detaining folks. And so it was a little shocking to folks that I asked that question, but I need to be prepared to answer because there's going to be constituents that are going to ask me those kinds of questions. And it may seem offensive to some, but I need to be able to answer that. And thank you for providing me that answer. So as far as our budget goes, you're coming to ask us for a budget adjustment. And the last thing that I just kind of want to check in about is I do see that there is a balance in your budget. And so I'm just wondering if any of that balance of the budget in your court budget can be used for this, or do we have to use more funds from the general fund?
According to our director of finance, because we need to move funds around, it has to come this way first. It has to come to a request to the city council. That's why I'm here, is because that's what the Director of Finance said needed to happen.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Riley, do we have, is there no capacity in her budget? I mean, I see we're over, I have the budget here. I see we're over in computer related items. I see by 4,000, I see that, almost 14,000 was spent on training when the budget was only 9,000. I see some overages in some other areas, but I do see that there is a fund balance. There's some areas that are underspent. And so I'd love to see if we can use the court's capacity to save the taxpayer dollars on the general fund.
Yeah, so I can answer quickly. So within the professional services budget for supply, service, and taxes is about a $36,000 fund balance remaining to carry out through the rest of the year. I met with the judge to discuss if there was any specific line items within that budget that the judge thought they'd be able to reduce, and our analysis and the judge's analysis doesn't look like there is. On average per month, I think the court expenditures are around 28 to 30,000 per month. So existing resources within that category, we don't believe there's room within those. Now, analyzing the overall personnel budget, I believe at year end there will be some personnel savings that the council has to take action to do a budget adjustment to move those funds from personnel into another category. That potentially could be where these funds could come from, and not just fund balance from the general fund. But tonight, what's being asked is an increase to increase the court's budget that will have an impact to the general fund until year end we settle up where we land with our personnel budget and the overall budget.
Thank you. And I just want to check in on just a couple things. I know that our merchant patrol services.
We're getting short on time.
Can I do one? Yeah, you got it. And it's time to turn it over to y'all. How are we doing on encumbered funds? Has merchant patrol services, are they doing okay on receiving payment? Are there any encumbered funds that aren't on this sheet?
Yeah, I know we do have talking with our finance staff. I know we have there's a couple outstanding payments to merchant patrol, so that's not within the documents that were sent over to you, but they are that contract's been encumbered for the year, so those dollars are there, but we have not made those payments. I think there's 2 outstanding at that. I think as of today, so that's not reflected in the documents that you have.
So there's unpaid bills out there that are 2 or 3 months behind, is what I'm hearing, and that
Correct.
they need to be. I would, and council, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over. But another point is, I would love to make sure that that our books are balanced in all departments, and before we start a relationship with a new company. I don't want to start off on the wrong foot from a fiscal perspective and have them with bills outstanding. Thank you. That's all. I appreciate your extra time.
Thank you. I gave some extra leeway, but a reminder, we're on the motion to postpone. So is there any comments regarding needed information to make that decision on whether to postpone or not? Yes, Councilmember Denny.
Thank you, Judge Flood, for presenting, and for Chief Wolf and Mr. Landry and Director Riley. Thank you, so that we get the full picture. I think there's some hesitation that's coming around budget. I think that's to be discussed around the budget cycle. Therefore, I don't support this motion. I think prioritizing safety is important. So I encourage my other council members to vote no on the changed motion and yes on the original.
Any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Yes, Councilmember Fry.
As chair of the Public Safety Committee, safety has to be paramount. And when violence happens in a courtroom, it happens really fast. And we need a trained professional in there. I rely on the court and certainly the administration of the court to give us the parameters. And I don't want to err on the side of saving money right now and then have something happen. I worked in domestic violence for too long. Things go south really quick. And I don't want Judge Flood or anybody else in that courtroom to get hurt. And when there's in custody, emotions run really high at that moment. So I'd prefer to go ahead and take the vote and get this back on track.
Okay, excellent. Any other comments on motion to postpone? All right, in that case, I call for the question on the motion to postpone.
Councilmember Dennehy,
No.
Goodnow,
No.
Mochler,
No.
Younger,
Yes.
Chamberlain,
Yes.
Fry,
No.
Coughlin.
Yes.
Motion carries 4 yeses, 3 nos.
Is that correct? I
Or-
thought I heard 4
I'm
no's, 3
sorry.
yeses.
Motion
Right.
fails. Correct. Motion
Correct.
fails. Sorry.
Okay.
4 yeses, 3 nos.
Can I ask the audience, whoever just got that phone ringing, to please, just to keep comments and noise down so we can hear each other. Thank you.
Are
Yeah,
we
4
ready?
no's, 3 yeses, correct?
Correct.
Motion fails.
Motion
Okay.
fails.
All right, motion fails, so we're back to the main motion. Any other council members want to make comments or questions on the main motion? So, yes, Councilmember, good now.
I think what we can do here is look at moving forward with this and then continuing to collect data and look at options and see what the best way is for the 2024 budget.
Thank you. Councilmember Younger.
So I'm confused here. Are we or are we not, Council President, this question's for Judge Flood, and it's basically a yes or no question. I don't want to delay this. Are we or not, have we or have we not adopted and abided by the Washington State Courthouse Public Safety Standards, yes or no?
I can't answer that question. I can only tell you what we've done. And I've done that. So if you want a yes or no, I don't have a yes or no for you.
Then the other question, I'd like to compare ourselves with our peers. I think Councilmember Chamberlain mentioned that Port Orchard does not have armed security guards. Do we know, Judge or Councilmember Chamberlain, since you also did some research? Council President, my question is, in our surrounding communities like Port Orchard, and I'm not talking about the county uses sheriff personnel, retired personnel is my understanding, and I also understood that Bremerton used to have a contract with the sheriff's office, so I get that. Now we use merchant security services. Port Orchard, it was stated, does not have armed security. Do they use merchant services, or do they use a different contract that allows them to detain people? Or do you have to be a current or former law enforcement officer to be able to detain people?
The information that I have about Port Orchard is a part-time court. We are a full-time court. They used to have their officers that were at the courtroom that assisted them. If that has changed, because the police department is in the same building that they're in, so their situation is very different and unique from Bremerton's. Their police are in the same building. Gig Harbor, which is similar to us, uses Seattle's finest. And yes, on what you're required to be able to detain.
Okay, and then how about Poulsbo? Poulsbo is a part-time court, is that correct?
Yes, and the police department is there also.
Okay, and then Bainbridge Island.
It's also part-time.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other council members for comments or questions? I have a few, not. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just for clarification, is this an armed officer for the front door or for in the courtroom? I just I forgot to ask that earlier.
I believe that question was to you, Judge Flood.
I'm sorry, Judge Flood, was this what
was your question?
Yes, ma'am. Was that officer, the proposed officer from Seattle's finest, was it for security for the door or for security in the courtroom? Because I think we do have a contract with Merchant Patrol Services, but
so the Merchant Patrol Services is they have been doing the wanting, because we do not have screening. We do not have a screening machine like other courts to screen items that come in. We only have a wand. So we're limited in that capacity too. But the Seattle's Finest would be able to roam and be able to be at the court with upstairs with the 2 courtrooms when hearings are going on.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. And I think that's it for now.
Thank you. I have a few questions myself, 2 for Attorney Finnell. Is the level of trials and cases of the municipal court higher now than, say, in 2019 pre-COVID? At least as the prosecutor's office has brought forward.
I would have to check. I don't know off the top of my head. It's obviously more than it was during COVID because we didn't have any. So I don't know. I don't know the number of trials compared to 2019.
Okay. And then second question for you, responding to the public comment we received, is the city liability increased by having an armed guard present at the courthouse?
I checked with our insurance company and it would not have an impact to our I guess our rate by having that change. If that is the question, does it pose greater liability? I think that the comment that was received talked about some scenarios where a gun could be removed from, someone or something like that. Certainly this particular issue, I would say we could cut both ways.
Okay. Gotcha. I.e., if an incident occurred where an armed guard was needed and we didn't have it, the city could be liable. If an incident happened because an armed guard was there and a gun was in the courtroom, we could be liable.
City can get sued pretty much anytime.
And it's equal. Correct. All right. One doesn't necessarily outweigh the other in your opinion. Okay. And just two last questions for Chief Wolf, if you don't mind coming forward. Thank you, sir. I'll start asking it while you get up here. To your knowledge, is the level of incidents that might require an armed guard increased in the past year or two compared to, say, 2018 and 2019 pre-COVID?
I don't think I'm qualified to speak at the court specifically. I'll defer to Judge Flood for that. But overall, our crime rates and violent crime is up.
Okay. And perfect.
Councilman, something that got lost in translation also is, and I think Kyle might be the guy to speak to this, is for a courtroom to have security, one of the standards is if there's a jury sitting there and one of my officers was assaulted by someone and you're trying that person and the person protecting that jury is in the same uniform as the person testifying, that's problematic. So you don't want your security to match the law enforcement. So you need a separation from executive and judiciary in that respect. And that's been a trend throughout law enforcement, I believe, in providing these services. So that's another consideration as to why you wouldn't use your current law enforcement.
Okay.
And I believe county does the same thing. The people in the courtrooms are not in a sheriff's uniform.
Appreciate that distinction. And then I'm going to just asking you as a law enforcement expert, have there been any incidents at the court in the past year or two that you believe would have required an armed guard? Or would have been better served if an armed guard existed?
Off the top of my head, I believe we've had a couple incidents where if we had an officer on scene, it would have put a stop to violence quickly.
Okay, thank you. Cool, that's all my questions. Thank you, sir. I do want to note that this item came to us the evening right before our last study session. So if the public is hearing kind of a lot of uncertain questions, that's why. Council kind of got this much later than our standard process. I'm definitely concerned by hearing some of these budget numbers that have come up as a result of this item. I think that's absolutely to be looked at in budget season, because we do have to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money and make sure it's being spent effectively. And if indeed, security first, absolutely. But if that means that with limited funds as a city, other services need to be cut back, and that's something I think we're going to look at in budget season. Excellent. But that said, I I'd rather err on the side of caution and having security after hearing from Chief Wolf and Attorney Finnell. So thank you. All right. Seeing no other questions or comments, I call for the question on the main motion.
Councilmember Frye,
Yes.
Dennehy,
Yes.
Goodnow,
Yes.
Mochler,
Yes.
Younger,
Yes.
Chamberlain,
Yes.
Coughlin.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Our final item on the agenda. Item 6B, ordinance number 5482 to update BMC chapter 9.32 entitled Unauthorized Camping. We have here City Attorney Finnell.
Perfect. Thank you. And Attorney Finnell, after your presentation, I think let's take a 5-minute recess before we take public comment on this item, but please go ahead with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to start with where the council started with considering this update to our municipal code regarding unauthorized camping. The discussion started back in January when the council has a retreat where they talk about the goals of what they're going to be accomplishing in the coming year. And this was on the list related to some Ninth Circuit rulings that indicated that the code that we had on the books was not enforceable. And so the council set that as a goal for the 2023 year. And there were some preliminary discussions of that in the spring, and then the council really got to work on this particular task this summer. The first meeting was a study session. It was held on June 28th, and that's where I sort of set the framework of what the decisions in the Ninth Circuit held, what our code said, and what some neighboring jurisdictions were doing in response to those decisions. The council spent about the first month looking at what the options were. We looked at dozens and dozens and dozens of codes. This is one of these situations where the court didn't say, you need to have a code that says X, Y, Z. There are a lot of options that are in line with the court's decisions. And since the Ninth Circuit affects affects the Western United States, the most populated areas, there's a lot of cities tackling these issues. So we had a lot of examples to look through and see what other cities were doing and what was going to be the best fit for this community. And one of the things that we talked about in that discussion, though, was that amending this code isn't the end of a discussion regarding homelessness or the issues surrounding homelessness. It's the regulation of unauthorized camping. And it's the camping that takes place often by unsheltered individuals when there's no shelter space available. And so I know that there's been a lot of comments about shelter availability, but this code really is about what the law will say and regulate on private property when there's no shelter space available. So we're in one of those times right now. We hope to not be in that situation forever, but it's certainly in looking what's happened in other communities, it's very common for communities to go in and out of that status. As shelter space is made available, it fills up and additional shelter space is needed. And so I just want to make sure that that's clear on this framework, that this ordinance wasn't about creating city-sponsored encampments where there's services and a process for getting into those campsites or tiny homes and things like that. Not that those aren't important conversations and things that I think the council is going to tackle, but that this ordinance was about regulating public property and making a determination of how it's going to be regulated and what the consequences for people violating those regulations is going to be. And so in getting to what the council looked at with other cities, the Ninth Circuit said that unauthorized camping could be regulated by a time, a place, or manner restriction. So a time restriction is what it sounds like. It's where you say a city might say that camping is allowed between certain hours. It's usually with most municipalities an evening time, something like 8 o'clock to 7 a.m., something like that. And that is how they regulate. They say that you can camp in either a certain area or throughout the city generally, but only during that time. That means that the times that aren't covered are considered illegal. And people would face whatever penalties under that ordinance for camping during the time when it's not allowed. There's also place restrictions. Those are where cities have said no camping within so many feet of community centers, schools, shelters, environmentally sensitive areas, things like that. So some cities have designated that this activity is incompatible with certain uses, and that it's not going to be allowed in those areas anytime, regardless of shelter space availability. And then there's also manner restrictions, and that's when the cities restrict what camping looks like. The Ninth Circuit cases did talk about that some. Grants Pass had limited everything. They made it actually illegal to even have like a blanket, and the court thought that that was cruel and unusual punishment, and held that rudimentary protection from the elements was necessary to avoid violating constitutional rights. So some cities have regulated how large a particular tent could be, or whether there could be a fire used, or things like that. So all of these options and all of these different and combinations of them are what the council looked through throughout the summer, and determining how best to craft the ordinance for the city of Bremerton. The council early on decided to get away from time-based restrictions. Some of the concerns that were shared were that forcing people to pack up and relocate on basically every day was unfair, and the council did not want to go in that direction. And so the time-based restrictions were pretty early on abandoned. This council really did start to focus then on place restrictions. Concerns were people camping in the right-of-way. That's the area in front of your home. It's the area in front of your business. It's often between your sidewalk and your house, or between the sidewalk and the curb. Those are places where people sometimes camp when they don't have anywhere else to go. And it's also a place where there's often a lot of conflict between the person camping and the person that lives in the property abutting that space. Some cities have prohibited camping in that space, and the council did explore that restriction as well. So as the council continued this work, discussed prohibitions on parks and the right-of-way areas in front of people's homes and around certain city buildings. The thing you can't do is sit there and list everything until you've essentially listed every type of city property, and kind of done another way of saying everywhere. And so where the council is now, and the ordinance that's before you to the council tonight, is in line with what Paulsbo and Port Orchard have also passed. And so it would be consistent on the Kitsap Peninsula, is a camping ordinance that suspends enforcement when there's no shelter space available, and otherwise is enforced throughout the city. And so the definition of shelter space is an addition to the code. It makes it clear that that can be a lot of different things. It could be a place like the Salvation Army. It could be transitional housing. It could be a city-sponsored encampment. And so it allows options for growth in the available shelter that's here in Bremerton. And it was, as that increases, as available shelter spaces increases, whenever it's available, the ordinance is in effect everywhere throughout the city. You can't camp anywhere. And whenever shelter space isn't available, then the enforcement of that ordinance is suspended everywhere. And so that's the current ordinance that's in front of the council. And like I said, it is in line with what Port Orchard and Paulsbo have in place. It's a misdemeanor. That is an increase from the previous version of the code that was adopted in 2004. And it was changed to a misdemeanor at the request of the mayor, on advice, I think, of the police chief, as being the best enforcement mechanism for the city. And those are the changes that are in the ordinance that the council's considering tonight. There's no designation of areas that are prohibited, where camping is prohibited all the time. And every area is treated the same. And so that's where we're at tonight.
Cool. Thank you, Attorney Fennell. And can I ask something? Can I ask you to just also read the agenda bill summary. I think it's going to reiterate a lot of the information you just made, but since there has been confusion on this topic, I think reading the agenda bill summary out loud will help to just make sure that what is in our packet tonight is clear.
Sure. The new draft ordinance has the following updates to the BMC chapter 9.32 compared to the 2004 version. Is that what you're talking about, Council President?
Yeah, if
Okay.
you wanted to start at the top, but either way.
Oh. It adds a clause that enforcement of the unauthorized camping ordinance is suspended when there's no shelter space available. And that's the necessary clause for compliance with Ninth Circuit case law. There is no map or list of areas. There's no differentiation between areas that are enforced at all times versus those that are only enforced when there's no shelter space available. Enforcement is either citywide or suspended when there's no shelter space available. Also, an addition that was added, and I didn't mention this earlier, a previous draft that the council had considered did not have language in it that our neighbors to the north and south have regarding when shelter space is considered available. It was added that if a person does actions that are voluntary actions that make the shelter unavailable, like violating shelter rules and that kind of thing, then it is still considered available for purposes of enforcement of the code. So going on, it also provides a definition of available shelter space that includes private, public shelter, transitional housing, or a permitted outdoor encampment located either in the city or in Kitsap County if free transportation is available. You might have heard that there's a shelter going to be opening up in Port Orchard in the near future. This ordinance makes that considered available if transportation is available. Shelter is not considered available if there's discrimination against that person as an individual or family based on sex, familial or marital status, religious beliefs, disability, or length of stay restrictions. But as I said, it is considered available if a person is unable to utilize that particular shelter due to voluntary actions such as intoxication, drug use, assaultive behavior, or violation of shelter rules. And like I said, there was an update to the penalty provision. It is a crime. The previous version had a escalating infraction scheme where there were three requirement that there be three committed infractions. That meant that it had to go to court and be found committed before the fourth contact would be an arrestable offense. And it now goes straight to a misdemeanor. I do note that there are other sections of the Bremerton Municipal Code unrelated to this ordinance that are still in place, even if this particular ordinance is suspended. What that means basically is just because there's no shelter space available, other laws still continue to apply. An example of that is like our watershed. That area is not open to the public. People can't go hike there or anything. It's closed to the public. And so if you're camping there, you're still violating that trespass provision. And so there's that. Our parks actually operate on a time-based restriction already. And that's just by function of our park code. And it's been like that, I think, since the 50s, actually, that parks are closed after dark and it's unlawful to be there. So those kind of restrictions would still be in place. But the suspension of the particular code, unauthorized camping, would be suspended if there's no shelter space available.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Attorney Fennell. And Hans, can I ask you, as we take a 5-minute recess here, to see if you can pull up the packet and display that agenda bill summary that Attorney Fennell just read, just so folks can read it if they have any questions during the break. And that's page 43 of the packet. All right, thank you. And with that, we'll take a let's make it a 6-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 7:32. All right. 7:33.
Recording stopped.
I'm going to extend the recess until 7:40. 7:40. Thank you. All right, less than 1 minute, folks. We can take your seat. Thank you. All right, we're going to resume in just about 30 seconds. You can take your seat, please.
Recording in progress.
All right. 7:40, I call the meeting back to order. Before we go to public comment on this item, I just want to say for a third time, in case it wasn't clear, the current draft ordinance before council tonight does not have any designated areas. There is no designated camping spots. There is no map. I just want to make sure that's clear, and if the agenda bill is up there for the third time. All right. With that, we will open public comment on this issue. Let me see a show of hands of folks that want to give public comment on this item so I can gauge. Okay. Perfect. I think, and similar to 2 weeks ago, and I know there's some folks online in the interest that we already have a late meeting, in the interest of being able to hear from everybody before folks might have to leave, we'll set public comment time at 2 minutes and cap it there. But with that, as before, if you have public comment on this item, please line up at the podium or raise your hand on Zoom. And again, a reminder to please state your name for the meeting minutes. Thank you.
Kelsey Stedman again, work in Bremerton, born and raised in Bremerton. I'm gonna try to do this in 2 minutes. So I am requesting to delay the vote. The current draft ordinance would not be enforceable until Salvation Army opens. We're hoping for November 1st, but there's no contract in place. People can't get hired and trained until that happens. So it's really short deadline. And then I felt like this was too similar for general business, but I'm just also requesting that next order of business for council be to consider dedicated funding towards these services for unhoused and increasing affordable housing. Of the $222 million budget, $103,000 was dedicated to affordable housing for weatherization. That's not enough. Housing and Homelessness Division repeatedly says that homelessness is a housing issue. I'm so excited that there's shelter opportunities, but we need services attached to them, which I know is in the proposal. But Kitsap Rescue Mission has gotten 60 people stably housed. Salvation Army got tens upon tens of people housed when they are open 24/7. And the average person in the point in time count made $587 that was requesting services, and the average rent is $1,223. So in addition to shelter, I just want to really reiterate that we need things attached to get them out. We have people here to speak tonight who are on every single housing wait list for seniors. We have a family out there. CPS has been involved. BPD has been involved. They're on the wait list for the shelter. There's no services for them. There's no housing vouchers. They are out there because there's nowhere to go, not because they want to be. And so I just want to say that please consider adding additional funding for services. Rock the Block is tired. We're all volunteers. We're broke. Every dollar we get in donations goes to those porta potties that have not been lit on fire, have not broken any machinery from sharps, have not been vandalized. And so that number of 14 has gone up to 16 that we've gotten off.
Thank you for your comments.
I realize that when you pass a ordinance that there's a waiting period before it is enacted. So I have no problem if you sign it today, because you do have the caveat that until there's shelter space available, it's unenforceable. However, the city, I know you've already allocated $10,000 to the mayor's office to get portable toilets. It's horrible when everybody down there who is a volunteer, and the other day I counted 17 different volunteer groups that were helping people, and we're giving $5, $10, $20 so that portable toilets can be cleaned out. And that money needs to go to actually what council said. And in addition, the folks that have homes on 8th, Broadway, MLK should be provided some security. A lot of the people down there
have severe mental illness, or they're, I mean, terrible, terrible conditions that their mind is in, and they can't follow rules. We have security for less than $42 an hour available, somebody who could help keep the peace down there and maybe guide some of the folks to service. It's unconscionable that we are relying on volunteers to do 99% of the work down there.
Thank you for your comments.
Dawn Michelle Wilson. I too was born and raised here in Bremerton, Washington. I have been doing outreach and social work for over a decade. I am part of Rock the Block. I too vote that we get some money for those porta potties so I can stop harassing the mayor for $20 for gas. So with that being said, I brought this tonight. I wanted to share this with you. 16 is the number. Until this morning, I got up at 4 a.m. and I drove another young woman all the way to Everett to medical detox because we don't have a medical detox here. I brought this with me today, this with his permission. This is one of the very first people that we got off the block. On August 8th, we got this man off the block, and the very first picture is him passed out in my car on fentanyl, and I drove him 2.5 hours to a treatment facility in Longview, Washington. He graduated from treatment on August 8th and was thrown out onto the street because of COVID. He had COVID, KRC closed. He still made it. He's now in Oxford. He has applied at Skookum. He's gotten a Vivitrol shot, and he wants to be a police officer. Pretty amazing. Yeah. So this is him 3 days ago. He also went back down to the block and rocked the block with us and spread hope. And let me tell you something, hope is contagious. Because after that man was down there and they were all like, wow, you look amazing. He said, yeah, I let these people help. We had 6 more people come and be like, hey, can you take me to detox? So I just want to say, I want to make it clear that when we're down there rocking the block, we are walking the block and getting people off the block. We're not just down there handing out, you know, pedicures and manicures and hot rock massages. That's not what's going on. Yes, we're feeding them. Yes, we're giving them socks. Those are basic needs. And actually the food is a way for us to get them to interact with us. We can get them out of their tents. So I just want to say, help us rock the block. That's all I ask. Come alongside of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room line up at the podium? Else we'll go online. Let's do one more in the room and then we'll go online and switch back.
Gamer Brary. We have owned a house on Broadway for 35 years. My son is raising his family there now. And I just want to know from everyone here.
And I'm so sorry to enforce.
Who has the homeless encampment in front of their property?
I'm so sorry to enforce the rule just to speak to me as counsel, not the audience. Thank you.
Sorry. But I want you to see how many people in this room actually have it in their life daily right now and who are affected. It needs to change now, not in 3 months, not in 4 months. We need now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, please go ahead.
Mary Trask. I was raised in Bremerton, graduated from East High School. We own quite a bit of property around here in Bremerton. We pay a lot of taxes. Our rights are being stomped on. And the city council and the mayor, you think you're doing enough? I don't think so. My house is worthless. We just moved to Manette to a condo because we can no longer handle the workload of living in a home. My plan, financially necessary, was to sell my house on Broadway. It is not marketable. I probably won't be able to rent it to pay the bills. And I'm watching you guys postponing everything time after time. I've sent emails. I called the mayor, sent him an email. He forwarded it to you. No response, no acknowledgement. Then I sent 2 more emails to you. I had a lot of questions. I really would have preferred to have an answer to my questions. Nothing. So I'm really not quite sure what your role is with the public and about being open and honest with us,
because all of your meetings, you don't respond to our questions. So I'm having a real problem with this. The other thing is that how many homes and shelters do we have versus homeless? My street is full of them. There are kids in there. They shouldn't be. Those people should have a house. I don't care what you have to pay for it. Get them an apartment, a hotel, whatever. Children do not belong on the streets. So as far as I know, you haven't done anything to fix those. And this is the huge influx of homeless on Broadway.
Just about 5 more seconds. So sorry.
5 more seconds. Okay, well, read my emails, please, and maybe somebody can respond to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I meant to clarify up front, we have received obviously an unprecedented amount of email traffic on this issue. And staff are working as fast as they can to process those and do the due diligence with making sure they get documented in the packet and public records. And so those all will be documented, and we'll try and get back to you as soon as we can, but it has been an unprecedented number. Thank you. With that, yes, please go ahead in the room, sir.
Hi, my name's Ray H. Sleen. I've lived in this town for 74 years. I live on Broadway Avenue. And they're not putting this map in the paper, it said, and I believe that's to hide it from these homeowners where they actually want to have these lots. Here's my house. You can see how I've decorated it. I want everybody to do that, and they can get the national media here. Because it will shame you people and embarrass you that you'll change your idea about this. That's what I want. All I have.
All right, thank you for your comment. Let's go online, starting with Jocelyn.
Ooh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I just want to say that I was there. I ended up having to leave early, but I just wanted to be really, really cautious. I do rock the block, and we're seeing such an incredible opportunity. Individuals have hope. I mean, Don Michelle just showed you a picture of one of the success stories, but the success stories pale in comparison to what the hope is down there right now. And a camping ban, and I just want to make very clear is that even if you're not going to enforce it, a camping ban, this camping ban is still unconstitutional, is going to run into some challenges. And the whole thing is that you're using a time, place, and manner as your council so adequately represented. It is a time, place, and manner that the Ninth Circuit Court said the only way one of these may be constitutional is if it's a time, place, and manner. And the one that's before the City Council is not a time, place, or manner. So I'm saying is that we don't even pass the first prong of constitutional muster on this ordinance. Does something need to be done? Absolutely. All the homeowners down there, please contact us, because I feel for you and we want to get those individuals off as quickly as we can, because they don't want to be there. And we're seeing that more and more, that there is hope. People want to come off. Let's dedicate, instead of spending 8 weeks talking about how we can get around a potentially unconstitutional ordinance, let's spend that time and money looking for solutions, because we are showing you it is possible. We just lack the resources. It is possible. Let's spend our time looking for that hope, spreading that love. Help us, help them down there. We can help. We are showing that it is possible without a penal consequence. Thank you. I really appreciate every homeowner that's there. I really appreciate what is going on.
There, just to be fair, but thank you so much for your comments. All right, next let's go to Roy Runyon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Well, looking at the ordinance specifically, let's see, it's the second paragraph that was added. I'm glad that's in there, but you fail to mention the mentally ill. Specifically under definitions, under A paragraph, the second paragraph, if an individual or family unit cannot use an available accommodation because of the individual or family member's sex, familial or marital status, religious beliefs, disability, or length of stay restrictions, the accommodation is not considered available. and this is the key sentence, if the person is unable to utilize an available overnight shelter due to voluntary actions. So are the mentally ill capable of voluntary action? Yes, maybe, maybe not. Such as intoxication, drug use, assaultive behavior, or violation of shelter rules. The overnight shelter space shall still be considered available for the purposes of the section. I'm glad that that paragraph is there and that sentence is in there, but you miss out, you don't mention mentally ill. And that gets to my next point. Has anyone done an inventory or evaluated each of these individuals living in these camps? How many of them are mentally ill? How many of them are addicted to a substance or a combination of them? How many of them have criminal records? How many of them have outstanding warrants? And I take my hat off to the volunteers. You guys have done, great job. But more needs to be done. Someone else spoke, I think it was Ms. Robolowski, talked about the need for government intervention. If you folks don't know, a lot of you are taxpayers, you're citizens of Kitsap. Your county is failing. There is a housing solutions or a housing and homelessness division within human services at the county level. We pay taxes. Talk to your county commissioner, find out why they have not provided resources to us. And these people who live down there in those camps, they live within Kitsap County. The taxpayers, the property owners actually pay taxes to Kitsap County as well as the city of Bremerton. So, and I think the city attorney mentioned a homeless camp at the county level. Sure.
Sorry, I got to be fair to everybody, but thank you for your comments. All right, next we'll go to Drake Evans. Let's see, Mr. Evans, I think you're about to be able to talk. There we go. Oh. And Mr. Evans, if you get a button to unmute.
I got it. How about now? Are we good?
Perfect, go for it.
Okay, great. I'm in Manette, District 3, and Jeff Coughlin, you're my District 3 representative. I've been here since 1979, and it appears that the city safety concerns are being done away with. Please do not permit our city officials to take a back seat on enforcing safety issues for our residents. Here are some strong concerns that may have some adverse effects on our Bremerton citizens. Please do not ignore the negative consequences of suspending and/or ignoring illegal camping ordinances in Bremerton. Especially consider what is happening in other cities that choose not to enforce illegal camping regulations. The increase in thefts, robberies, cars being stolen, and the spreading of illegal drug waste on our public properties, including public restrooms, parks, and sidewalk areas. Specifically, be concerned about the propagation and illegal use of opioids and extras, especially about the use of Chinese and Mexican cartels' distribution of fentanyl that is killing thousands and thousands of men, women, and children in the United States. A big consideration should be the consequences of allowing illegal camping without adequate sanitary facilities like running water, sewage disposal, garbage collection, and health inspections by the Department of Health. Please do not vote for suspending or eliminating laws that are intended to protect our citizens. Homeless and drug encampments have not provided any benefits to our citizens and cost the taxpayers their safety and security and should not be allowed. I want to thank you for listening to me, but I do want you to watch the news, especially New York City, where all the hotels are full and the homeless and the drug encampment people have destroyed the rooms. And I don't have a clock here. I don't know if I'm running out of time or not.
Yeah,
but
right at the end of time there, Mr. Evans.
There's been no positive.
Well, thank you very much for your comments. All right, next up, let's go to the room at the podium. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is, hi, Council, Mayor. My name is Angela. I was here last week or a couple of weeks ago. I truly just want to say that while there's people behind me, I've also rented a house and had homelessness. And as a prior homelessness person, my family has watched me go through a whole lot of stuff. With the ordinance going in effect, it sounds good, but there's still some hiccups in my opinion that that needs to be kind of washed went and I missed a study session. I apologize. I'm not up here doing a speech on paper because I'm just thinking out of the box. I just, to let the county know and the city know, we only have like 4 to 5 shelters. And when these shelters only carry so many people, and the rescue mission is the biggest one, unfortunately, right now because they're in a motel. But you got George's House and some of these other shelters out here that only have 17 to 25 people. So when you're moving these individuals from one place to another, we got to really look at this because, like I've said before, you're going to come out and I'm homeless, and I'm going to say this from my point of view: is I'm homeless, and somebody like Jennifer is coming out to me saying, I can get you services, I can get you this. I'm gonna hold Jennifer reliable and say, yeah, I want these services. You're not helping me. What can we do to work together? So when you're going from one place to another, let's more have some empathy, because empathy is the biggest thing, and safety. Safety is another biggest thing, because I know I'm out there. I'm scared. I've been assaulted out here on the streets. I've been assaulted and hit by a vehicle when it comes to public safety, and nobody got held accountable when they hit me. But the thing is I've got so much, but when it comes down to it, the empathy and the shelter beds have got to be more extended. And I'm just going to end it right there. And I hope this ordinance doesn't pass tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's go back online to Molly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
I wanted to talk about voluntary ineligibility. I'm really concerned about, most importantly, mentally ill people. I'm mentally ill myself, and I know when I'm psychotic, I've done things like destroying a picture because I was mad at somebody. And that kind of stuff gets you kicked out of homeless shelters. I've only stayed housed because of my family. That kind of stuff gets you kicked out of shelters. And can we really call that purposeful behavior? Can we call that wanting to be kicked out of a shelter? You know, can we say that's somebody's fault? I don't think anybody chooses to be psychotic or behave that way. And the fact that we're not counting mentally ill people as who get kicked out of shelters, as the fact that we're not including them, that just doesn't sit right with me. But to be honest, the fact that drug use can get you kicked out and then picked up as a misdemeanor when you don't have anywhere to go bothers me too, because I don't think we can call drug use purposeful behavior too. That's an illness. And before we start making moral accusations at people who are mentally ill and people who are using drugs, we have to be considerate. There's not good services in this county. There's nowhere for these people to get proper help. And then when they get kicked out of shelter, there's nowhere else for them to go, and to have them picked up in a misdemeanor and thrown in jail because they got kicked out of shelter and have nowhere to go, and now they're not allowed to camp. It's just awful.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. That was 2 minutes. Thank you. Let's go to Justin from Washington. We'll finish the 3 hands online, then go back to the room.
Hi, Justin again. First, I feel that the harsher punishments for criminalization of the homeless makes the process much more expensive. They're making our punishment for being homeless does nothing to dissuade anything other than costing us taxpayers more money in the long run by having the police do this service for us. Looking past that, what are we going to do? How do we actually want to solve this homeless problem in our city? Because once we get the shelters and this ordinance going, are we just going to forget about the homeless? Because now, well, we can shove them into a shelter now. And if they mess up, then we can put them in jail and forget about them. We're just going to go back to the old system. So we need to, along with this category, look forward into a solution to solving Bremerton's homeless problem. What are we doing to look at open houses and open stock and those that are used for Airbnb in our city? We need to find out our housing stock to begin with, and go from there. Just opening up shelters is just a band-aid. We need to do more in terms of building affordable medium apartments, affordable apartments in our city, and to streamline that, to actually have the city own these properties so we know what they're doing and not given out to other owners to rent to people, to be able to keep open stock to raise rents on everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So Joanna Hayes. Joanna, if you can unmute.
Sorry, I didn't unmute.
Perfect.
Hi, this is Joanna, Joey Hayes. So at the study session, I think it was 2 study sessions ago, this voluntary ineligibility came up. And I thought that, like, the time limits that had been considered inhumane. Because what you're doing, if you make someone is voluntarily ineligible from every shelter in the county, you're making it a crime to exist. If there's nowhere else they can go, it's not. It doesn't really even matter what the behavior is if they now have nowhere to go in the county other than being arrested. We have to do something better than that. And we have to do something about this. It can't be November 1st. This is a humanitarian crisis, both for the people who live in the encampments and for the people who live on the streets with the encampment, the people who use the Martin Williams Center. It's just not an acceptable situation. Something has to be done. And I don't think you can say that this legislation, this ordinance exists outside of what's going to be done. It exists completely next to it, with it, because what are we don't know what we're enforcing even if we don't know what facilities are going to be available. It can't exist without that. It doesn't make any sense. It won't be any more enforceable than what we have right now, and it won't be any more humane, because we don't know what it's going to look like if we haven't looked at all of the whole situation, which includes how we're going to house people, both short-term and long-term, how we're going to get people into treatment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Let's go back in the room because I'm seeing a second speaker. So we'll go back to any comments in the room here. Yes. Okay.
Mary Lou Long, longtime resident of Bremerton. We have an ordinance on the books, and only one Ninth Circuit Court judge has said it's unconstitutional. It has not been proven unconstitutional because it has not gone all the way to the Supreme Court. Everybody's acting on this like this is the end of the trail and we have to do something. Problem is, everything that's being brought forward is not going to do a thing. People will come here because they'll know that they can camp on the streets because there's no room at the inn, and there'll be more and more and more. You can't throw enough money at it. You can't build enough houses for it. And the crux of the matter is it's not homelessness. We're looking at this from a wrong perspective. The real reason that these people are homeless is because they're drug-addled, alcohol-addled, and mentally ill, as was said by several people. I commend the people that do the rock the block to try to reach these people and give them some sort of comfort and aid. But The fact remains, housing them or giving some changes of wording and timing and position and permission to camp because there's no room at the inn is not going to be the answer. We have to go, if you put them in jail, at least they'll have a roof over their head, they'll have 3 hots in a cot, and they will not be out in the open. Now, maybe like in Marysville, they have a clinic attached to their new jail system where they bring people in and they help to clean them up. And they have a firm system, and I think you should look at that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is John Johansson, and I live and work in Bremerton. City Council, Mayor, community, thank you for your presence today. I'm not happy with the way the city's being managed right now. I'm sure a large portion of the population shares my sentiments on this. Last week, I asked some of the council members if they had been to the MLK homeless encampment and spoken to the people in the area yet. They told me they had been down there and they were planning on going again the following day. I just went down to the MLK encampment on Sunday and spoke with some of the homeless people there. Every occupant of the MLK encampment I spoke with said they haven't seen any of you actually visit the area and engage with the people. So it seems like some of you lied to my face. They said they've seen Mayor Wheeler and President Coughlin stand at the end of the street taking pictures. But when they waved at them and asked them to come visit, they just quickly walked away. After my public comment, I would like to hear the council and the mayor go on record and declare if they've been inside the MLK encampment and spoken to any of the people there or not. President Coughlin, since you are the District 3 representative, and Mayor Wheeler, since you're the mayor, out of all the elected officials here today, you have the most direct responsibility for what's happening down in the encampment. So I have a challenge for you. If you truly want to make the most informed decisions on this topic, 3 of us should schedule a 2-day camping trip down on MLK Way. I'll supply the camping gear if you don't have your own. This will give us the opportunity to speak with everyone in the area, the homeless, the residents, the business owners, employees, and the nonprofits that are on the ground doing the work the government isn't doing. This will show the community that you're dedicated to solving this problem. 5 seconds. And real leaders lead from the front. So take action or step aside.
Thank you for your comments. Please go ahead.
All right. Amanda Scott Thomas. I'm a member of Emmanuel Apostolic Church, the Marvin Williams Center. I'm here to support and honor the legacy of Bishop Lawrence Robertson, who built the Marvin Williams Center with the help of the community and served this community again for over 40 years. Penal consequences is not my focus or interest. My priority is the safety of our kids and community, and the current location of the encampment is not an option. I will say it again, that it feels like racism, and racism is not just white hoods and redlining, it's also disrespect. The tone of the Rock the Block volunteers at the Pinewood and Ridgetop community meeting, which I watched online, was very different than the tone I experienced a couple of weeks ago. When they talked about the safety of their children, nobody yelled out, "What about the homeless kids?" to that group. There's only one savior that I recognize. His name is Jesus the Christ. And you all need to recognize the impact of your goodwill and your goodwill on other marginalized communities. You can be benevolent and perpetuate racism. We are paying attention, and no one here is above critique or reproach.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is James Adamson, born and raised here in Bremerton, Washington. I actually had the opportunity to experience Seattle, lived in downtown, 1 block away from the Nike store. I was there prior to COVID, and I was able to see it rot and decay to its utter nothingness that it is now in their various alleyways and as well as major tourist areas. And I definitely would agree that we shouldn't go that direction. All in all, I was able to visit the block party, we'll air quote that one, and provide some facts that were not exposed or unknown. Some people are asking this. I think that they should know as well. From a recent survey in March of 2023, there's over 700 homeless individuals. Half of them reside in Bremerton, Washington. 70% upwards of that is experiencing from mental health or have mental health issues, and as well as other chronic substance abuse. So yes, we do identify and we do see what is going on and what is happening from a data perspective. But what I don't see in this emphasis of empathy that's going on is causing our feet to be concreted to the ground, and there's no action being done. I've been a consultant when I was during the time in COVID. I was working with business owners from going from 6 figures to 7 figures. I was their executioner. That sounds very bad, but I executed the actions needed to put into place to take care of that. And if that is not being done and the elected officials are not executing, what are you doing? So what I do say is, yes, there are options, there are baby steps, but we're trying to eat the entire elephant in the room. Great point talking about that one judge in an entire West Coast plus Alaska and Hawaii made that decision. That does not mean it's rock hard. So this rock hard solution, one bite at a time with the chisel and hammer, and create that solution. Yes, there's many minds here. I don't have the ideas. I don't have the solution, but many people here do.
Excellent. Thank you for your comments.
City Council, Adrian Wright from District 2. I just want to let the council know that particularly in East Bremerton, there's a vast group of residents, particularly low income, working poor, that absolutely insist that this ordinance pass, particularly in its previous form, so that law enforcement is not delayed, but can enforce the laws, particularly to move encampment people, particularly those on hard drugs, away from their kids and their livelihoods, their jobs, etc. It's very important to the people of East Bremerton that you reconsider and listen to your police chief, because he gives good advice. I would also insist that you go back and look at, as others have talked about, MOK, not just talk to the people on the street, but as I have talked to some of the homeowners who have been absolutely harassed in several dirty, vile, and horrific ways. It makes me sad. And not that these people don't deserve our love and care or even housing and support, but one step at a time, we can make this happen, particularly if the misdemeanor position can be enforced. This thing is growing. It's growing from Seattle outwards. And I absolutely insist that you not just look at the homeless situation, but take into vast consideration the housed public, renting public, etc. And as I just in coming over here, I saw 3 gentlemen on MOK throwing a football around. You have surrendered that block from the taxpaying public to the homeless.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Debbie Smith. At this time, we are currently being bombarded with people who are choosing to live in tents and vehicles rather than traditional homes. In the areas that this has been allowed to happen, the home values decrease, as well as the citizens' overall safety. Drug paraphernalia, human excrement, animals not being cared for, garbage piling up. This is what you experience in these neighborhoods. Most of the people made this choice based on a series of bad decisions, which should have consequences. Many started with drug use, and that has led them to not being able to function in normal society. That being said, it is still a choice. I disagree with the person on the phone. I think if you take drugs, it's a choice. You make the choice, you did it. You pay the price for that, not the taxpayers. A majority of the people live on the streets because they do so because they don't want to abide by the rules and regulations imposed at the facilities or functioning in normal society. So waiting for beds to become available is really irrelevant because those people aren't going to want to stay there anyways. In that case, the police need to be able to enforce law and order and protect us who pay the taxes, buy the houses, pay for our groceries. I actually pay for my groceries, our cars, our car tabs, our insurance, etc. It's disheartening to walk into a store and watch these people walk in, take whatever they want, and walk out. What does that teach the people that work at the store, the kid with their first job? They're working for 15 bucks an hour and somebody's walking out with $200 of product or groceries or whatever. And they know where they're walking to. They're walking back to their tent, their camp, their RV, whatever. While we hopelessly watch this, we are told the police and employees can't do anything about it. So no more. We, the people who vote you into the office, can also vote you out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We'll go back online to Adrian. Adrian, if you're able to unmute, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, Council, Chair, Mayor. I am Adrian Hampton. I use she, her pronouns, and I am commenting as a community member this evening. Thank you all again for the opportunity to comment. As policymakers, I know that you all understand that policy development is best done with implementation in mind. And tonight I have some data to share with you all as this ordinance names the point in time count. So in that count, of the 604 people surveyed, 245 individuals who participated in Kitsap were 58% were located in the city of Bremerton. And in addition, according to the Washington State Department of Commerce, in 2022, 2,358 individuals entered supportive services while experiencing homelessness in Kitsap County, such as emergency shelters, transitional housing, or rapid rehousing, and more. The median number of days, or the length of time for people actively engaging in those services, was 171 days in Kitsap County. So this data helps to explain the gap in estimates and potentially affirms the point in time undercount. This data also demonstrates that intensive services are critical and are definitely necessary, requiring sustainable funding, and many more resources are needed, especially in Bremerton. So I urge you all to keep this a top priority, and or if the ordinance is passed tonight. And furthermore, it would be wonderful to see council, the mayor, alongside community groups come together to co-create and develop a plan and budget to promote human-centered care, such as intensive outreach services, access to resources for things like clean drinking water, sanitation, as well as things mirrored in code described in BMC 2046-090 temporary encampment permit, in times when there is no available shelter space to mitigate undue burden and ultimately connect people with the resources they need. So in closing, I appreciate the leadership of community groups, advocates, and city officials regarding the development of this ordinance.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next, we'll go to Chrissy Lightson.
I hope this isn't taken from my time, but the people online, the timer is not visible. So we have no idea when we're approaching the 2 minutes. I don't know if that can be fixed.
Yeah, I can give a 10-second, 15-second warning, whatever helps, but it
Okay.
should be visible on Zoom. Let me check with IT real quick. Visible in the room Zoom that we can see.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, thanks for that update. I wasn't aware.
Okay. Okay, so I'll do my best.
Perfect. We'll start your 2-minute timer now, and I'll give a 15-second warning.
Okay, so myself, like other commenters, I'm concerned about the constitutionality of this ordinance. It did not pass muster before, but definitely does not pass muster now with the additional language that was added during the study session on the 13th, which was proposed by the mayor. And specifically, the added language, if the person is unable to utilize an available overnight shelter due to voluntary actions such as intoxication, drug use, assaultive behavior, or violation of shelter rules, the overnight shelter space shall still be considered available for the purposes of this section. I would argue, just on the basis of like actual meaning, if something is not available, if you cannot access it, if you've been kicked out of the shelters, you cannot access that shelter. It is not available to you. And it is inhumane and negligent and morally bankrupt to criminalize someone's mere existence because they are unable to access the shelters that are available when there aren't enough. I also want to point out that people with substance use disorder, which is those in active addiction, and those who have been diagnosed with another mental health condition are covered under the Americans with Disabilities Act. So they are the ones that engage in these voluntary actions that have been described in that added language. That's problematic. You're discriminating them, and they have their rights are protected under that law. And who is determining that? Uneducated shelter workers who have no clue about mental health conditions or substance use disorder and the associated behaviors. That's just wrong. Did you cut me off? Okay, thank you.
Next, we'll go to Patricia Morris.
Yes, I totally agree with what the speaker who spoke before me just said. I'm a former social worker, and I worked with the mentally ill and have a mentally ill family member. And I'm really concerned about the voluntary ineligibility because what that's going to end up doing is warehousing the mentally ill and putting them in jails and prisons where they won't get the services they need. On the other hand, I do think people who are mentally ill need treatment, and the large majority of mentally ill people will agree to treatment that is tailored to their needs. And if the right facilities were provided, then most people would agree to be to get services. So I'm really concerned about that, and it's a problem and that costs prisons cost the taxpayer more money than everything else, and this has been a huge problem in our society. So I'd like you to think about that.
Excellent. Thank you for your comments. We'll go back in the room here. Yes, please go ahead.
My name's Marie Johnson. I'm a community member. I am also a member of Emmanuel Apostolic Church, and I don't think that when MLK was named MLK from Park to Warren, I don't think that that's was the intended purpose. The things that concern me are we've talked a lot about mental illness and drug abuse, and I know people that have been to rehab. I have people in my family that have had that issue. Councilmember Fry talked about domestic abuse, which is a big thing. But I'm a single woman and I live in Bremerton, and I know so many people that have worked really hard, including myself, to clean up Bremerton, to bring people downtown. And I'm tired of getting a black eye. Bremerton gets a black eye for Kitsap County all the time. We are like the redheaded stepchild of Kitsap County. And I can say that because I am a redheaded stepchild. And we have coming over here, I saw the I saw the cruise ship docked here. And we are working so hard. You know, Bishop Robertson worked so hard to get the Marvin Williams Center there. And I know that I've had people tell me that they've talked to the Marvin Williams Center And I've had friends at the Marvin Williams Center that say, no, they have not. I have empathy for people that are homeless. I have been through many traumatic experiences myself. But I'm tired of the crime and I'm tired of all of that. And I don't want Bremerton to become Seattle. And 50% of Americans homeless live in California.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Cindy Large. And I think the question before us is, how do you balance law and order and deal with such a huge social issue? It's beyond legislation. And it really starts at a young age. I'm old enough to say to you, I saw changes in the state's law with regard to juveniles. My son came home and told me that he did not have to go to school because the law had changed. I immediately took him over to the principal's office and asked if he wanted to raise him. Do you know that son stayed with me? Turned out to be a good man until he passed from COVID. Next, I'd like to address mental illness. You have, with the laws, restricted us. I have friends and family, and I have helped. But I have also had my husband threatened and my children threatened. I can't have that in my home, and I don't want them to go on the street. Our hands are tied just like yours are. Please provide a safe city for us. That is number one. And if you're going to have these people live in the woods, consider filing an environmental, whatever they call that, statement for the impact that they do to the animals and everything. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Yukari. I live in Sulphur Springs, facing the Dice Inlet. I am opposing the proposal due to the drug addict. My role is to protect my children of 3, youngest is 6 years old. I'm a former long-term resident of Seattle, King County for over 2 decades. My heritage is from Japan. I have already seen the encampment many years in Seattle. No law enforcement on the camp is ridiculous. That being said, the majority of the Seattle residents back in the time kept being so secret. Therefore, I no longer trust any system at all done by the government, especially in the state of Washington. I have enough of enough in Seattle. My friend was killed. My friend, who was the famous sushi chef for the former Seattle Mariners, saving, was killed by the several drug addicts by being beaten on the street because of the drug addict encampment instead of homeless encampment. His body was found by the Seattle Police Department officers. As for my neighborhood, the narrow road by Tracyton Beach will be extremely dangerous if intoxicated drug addicts suddenly appear on the road. We started to see many illegal RV or vehicles break into our shared property down by the Tracyton Beach, and they broke the private rock to remove it and then parked for whole night. We can easily see the criminal activity from our property. That being said, who can gain from this proposal? Have you ever seen Portland, Vancouver, Philadelphia with the worst drug camp with Tranquil? And those people look like zombies because they chose to be on drug. You are about to force the taxpayers and the Navy and the military veterans right here along with the whole community in Bremerton in the same way of Seattle. Don't do that. It is unconstitutional.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We'll do the room and then back online. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Leslie Gemignani. I'm from Traceton. And one of the things that I'm worried about, I do have empathy and sympathy for what they're doing for people who don't have homes. But I'll tell you, my husband and I worked very hard, moved from the East Coast out here, found the perfect home, found the perfect place to live. And then our children grew and we were able to have grandchildren. And this past summer was out with my grandchild, my grandson who is autistic, walking around on the beach, and there were 3 needles on the beach. 2 days later, my granddaughters with me, and we walked down on the beach, and on the property on my beach, there were all kinds of little nip bottles, bunch of them that weren't there 2 days before. Now, yeah, they could have come over on the water, they could have come up from the tides. I don't know. I do know that when you go from one section of Tracyton going towards Bremerton, there have been RVs, and trucks, and cars that are parked in places, and you know they don't belong there. You know, we don't deserve that. And I'm sorry, just very quickly, I just want to say one more thing. We need to be protected. We need our protection. Our grandchildren, our children, our families deserve to be protected. We pay a lot to live in Washington.
Thank you for your comments. Let's go to Craig Patty online. Mr. Patty, if you can hear us, please go ahead. I need to be unmuted one more time. See, Mr. Patty, can you hear us? If not, we'll go back in the room for now. All right, let's go back in the room and we'll circle back to online. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Yes, again, I'm Ken Buchanan, been here for 45 years. With this ordinance, I see is twofold. There's the part about the enforcement of the ordinance, and then there's also the civil penalty aspect of it. And I think those should be separated out, just so that one's not tied to the other. So that's one thing I have to say. Seattle. I spend better than 60 hours a week in Seattle. That's my choice. Pays my bills to live here. I work in the streets and I'm confronted with the homelessness over there day in, day out. Minimum of once a week, I'm threatened. My life is threatened. I've had guys that work for me, they've been assaulted. Now they've got LNI claims. I've had guys step on needles, go through the bottom of their boot. So now they have to be treated for every possible pathogen that could have been on that needle. Not fun at all. The theft is nonstop. Our shop borders on I-5 down there on Airport Way. Huge homeless encampment up behind it. RVs, upside down cars, fires, propane bottles exploding, on and on and on and on. Then last week I come to find out that possibility of opening up the 40 acre lot, a block for me for this. No, thank you. You know, I'm compassionate and all that, right? I'm there with my head on a swivel all the time. Now, when I come home, does it have to be on a swivel? So at work, they say, call SPD, call SPD. Sorry, we do not provide security. Oh, damn. Seattle's Finest was an option. So what do I do at home? The police chief admitted he only has 5 people. I'm willing to protect myself when I'm home. I'm prepared to do so.
Thank you for your comments. Let's try going back online to Craig Patty. Mr. Patty, if you can hear us, we'll try one more time for you. Those of you who can hear us, we can't hear you. Looks like you're muted. I just want to give enough time. Darn, we do not hear anything. Okay, let me ask if there's any comments in the room from anyone who hasn't spoken yet. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
I'm Mike Simpson. I live in District 6. Retired cop, amongst other things. And it's the worst it's been here. I've lived here a long time. My family's been here a long time. My son's church even put out a letter to the congregants telling them to oppose this ordinance because it could put an encampment next to their parish or next to their school. They don't want that. Most of the folks in the room have an opinion on this. That's why we're here. This is, again, the room is filled with people because of this particular issue. And most of the homeowners just want the encampments gone. Do that.
Thank you for your comments.
My name's Terry Kester. I've been a resident here since 1996, lifelong Washington resident. Hey, you know, it's the first time I've been to a meeting here, and I'm really appalled that it took the judge to get security. I ride my e-bike around. I'm retired.
I'm sorry, I was going to ask your comments to be focused on.
Oh, I am. I'm getting there. Give me a minute. You guys had a minute. Okay. And it took you guys to do that. And I just go, are you kidding me? I ride my e-bike around here, and it's a joke. It's a joke that the homeless are running this town. Every one of those kids has got a weapon in their backpack. Yeah, that's right. And somebody talked, the mayor was going to talk to these folks. What paid employee of Bremerton talks to the homeless folks? I think there's two of them, the fire department and the police department. Okay. Who talks to homeless on their plan of attack to get them out of the homeless situation? It's choice. It's a big choice. You know, I think you guys need to do something. The broken windows in Bremerton. Okay, about a month ago, Discount Tire, the T-Mobile, all those. Didn't even make the Bremerton Sun. How many thousands of dollars damage that do? That's right. So you guys can sit there and come up with a plan, but you better put some teeth in the plan. And another thing is too, are these guys vetted? I mean, where are they coming from? Do you guys know? Does anybody talk to them? I mean, heck, to get anything around here from the government, I have to show an ID card to get something. So, I mean, you guys really need to think about it, especially look at all the building coming up. Who wants to be in this city if the homeless is going to take over? One more thing, you guys might consider passing a no panhandling ban. Just, hey, you can't panhandle. Quit being the enabler. If you have a puppy that poops on the carpet, you going to keep them or are you going to train them? You guys just put up with it. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment.
Joe Walter, hello. I want to stand up for you all. I'm mad at you for a lot of things. But I don't hear people coming up here with answers, with saying they've figured out what you ought to do, something that's feasible for you to do, and that you ought to go ahead and do it. I'm grateful to have you all working on this. It's a challenging issue, and I really think you're doing your best. Keep working on it. In the meantime, there's action that needs to be taken, and now. And I think that the folks on Broadway in particular, I mean, people are putting out their sprinklers to keep the people off the street. If we can afford to put, and I credit you with your decision about the court tonight, if you can spend money for the safety and security in our municipal court, despite your reservations, which were clear, you needed more information. Some of you did. Let's look at the safety needs of those people on Broadway and hire somebody to go down there if that's what's asked for. The short term, I think that's something that ought to be in the mayor's ability to do. and immediately, because it is an emergency for those homeowners right there. And to move forward with, if we're going to eventually be having authorized camping space, let's start working on it now. Pick what it is, Mr. Mayor, and start setting it up so that there is a place that people will be more likely to want to go there if there's toilets and water and garbage and all of those things. The police seem to think that people will be agreeable to moving. So let's get those campsites ready now. And speaking in support of, I hope you all got to read my letter about concern about the voluntary ineligibility. I just want to support those other people who spoke on that same subject. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Let's go back to online to Marwan Cameron.
Good evening, Council. Marwan Cameron, District 4. Bremertonians are in this together. Regardless of what side of the issue we're on, we want, we need, and we demand resolution. It doesn't matter at this point the reason why people have become homeless. When you consider the fact that homelessness is exploding nationwide, and especially here locally. I live just on the other side of Broadway. As more and more become homeless, the increased negative impact on our house citizens is tied together. Week in and week out, we hear from the Great Marvin Williams Center, homeowners on ML King, renters and homeowners on Broadway. The mayor and the sheriff met with folks at the cul-de-sac off Pine, and they don't want the same situation to happen to them that is currently happening on ML King and Broadway. There's only one way out. We're gonna have to spend money. Whether you jail folks or whether you build shelters, something has to be done. Someone mentioned that there weren't a lot of answers and ideas that were put forth in regards to solutions. We're gonna have to dig in. We are the richest nation in the history of mankind. Again, whether it's drug use, whether they brought it on themselves and that's what you believe, or they're a victim of circumstance. It is in a situation, it's an issue. And we don't even have to deal with immigration at this point. But if we put that on top of it, Bremerton will collapse. Our only resolution is to have the temerity to say, hey, we're going to build and we're going to fix this situation and not push it off into another community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else for public comment on this item? Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Greg Bush. I live in the city of Bremerton, pretty much half my whole life. We're hearing that there's no solutions. Actually, a lot of cities have found solutions, and even in the state. And here's what they've done. A lot of people don't want it in the neighborhoods where there's high density population. I understand that. Makes sense. Somebody mentioned needles, all kinds of things. What a lot of cities have done to help make this palpable is they found one area, whether it's access for fire, police, and services, that's close to a bus line, that's close to a store, and they fenced that area off. They put dumpsters and they put sanitation there. And yes, it's going to cost the city a little bit of money, but probably less than what they're paying now, having a hodgepodge and having to run all over the city to deal with these problems. And that's where everybody should go. And I would hope that somebody would actually consider this instead of trying to shove them off into the woods or on somebody's beach or behind somebody's home. So I think everybody has empathy, but I think they need to be in one area. And I know 2 or 3 sites that come to mind right off the top of my head that would work very well, that are away from a lot of homes, that are very near stores, medical, and other services. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Well, good evening, Dave Cooper, business owner in Bremerton. And I just recently lost a relative to an overdose on fentanyl, homeless, and pretty much refused to treatment. And bummer, but there was some choices that he made, even though there's a lot of people that tried to help him out. Given that, though, I think that if he had just been in jail, and because of the illegal activity that he was carrying out, he'd be alive today with the possibility of getting help. And with that, yes, there's a lot of things going on down there, and a lot of them are illegal. And if we actually had the police able to stop the illegal activity and actually prosecute them, possibly they would also be able to get the treatment that they would need in order to get back on track and be a good citizen. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, I'm Neil Foley, District 5. I do think there's a solution, and I do think it's right in your 9.32, and that is for the city to either operate or maintain a sanctioned camp area with security, with bathrooms, with water. Such an area with security, if there's illegal activity going on there, get them out of there. There are so many people down here. I talked to a young man, I've known him months down here, left his tent to go try to find a job, and he came back and that's it. Folks, this is not camping. Go down there for 2 days, lay on the concrete. This is not fun. These people are here due to mental illness, due to homelessness, none of which should be a crime. There's nothing racial about it. Salvation Army's right there. Everything that is there to help them is in that proximity. That's why they are there. Contain it and maintain it, and then you can have control of this situation. We can't just pass something with words without action and actually have something happen. And that's what everybody wants. Something to happen, help the homeowners out, get the people where you can have them in an area, because everybody can't go to a shelter. There's no other option than to either operate or permit an authorized camping place in Bremerton. So that is the solution, and it's right in your ordinance already. Make it happen.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes, Deborah Moore Jackson with Surviving Change and Hope 360. I am a Bremertonian, raised here. I just want to let the people know, if you're fed up.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to enforce to please address the council.
Oh, yes, but they have a right to. If the council is not acting as fast enough and effective for us, you can, under the city charter, sue the city. We have the power to stand together, and we can get this done and have them move swiftly and quickly. So file a lawsuit. I talked to Bruce
Ma'am, again,
Harrell.
please address
Okay,
me,
I
not the
talked to
audience.
Bruce Harrell, what they did and what he did when they sued Seattle, the businesses did. So we can go ahead and do the same thing. I gave the information to Claude Jones, what they always like to stop him from speaking and everything. And I'm sure next week he will bring back brochures and information and get up here and speak about it.
Ma'am, we're up here.
Okay,
Thank
no,
you.
that's, oh, I see you. We wish we could see you out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I have to enforce the rules as we have written them down in the handout. All right, anyone else? Well, let's go online to Kimmy Stevens.
Hi, first of all, thank you so much to all the council members and the mayor for all of this incredible amount of time you've spent on this very important issue. And thanks to the Marvin Williams Center and all the housed neighbors who are basically at ground zero, and we are trying to help you. I'd like to bring attention to an important matter that's been discussed quite a lot tonight. It seems that many people are focusing solely on the behaviors and personal struggles of unhoused people, particularly their mental illness and their substance use disorders. However, it's important to remember that there are statistically many more individuals facing the same challenges who live in stable housing. They're lucky because we can't micromanage them or judge them when we can't see them. Most of us aren't even properly trained to be on the judging end of all of these things. Our community and many across the entire nation are facing a housing crisis, and the lack of accessible mental health care and substance abuse treatment exacerbates this issue even further. It's evident that until these fundamental problems are adequately addressed, this situation will only continue to get worse. And instead of passing judgment, we should be more productive and invest our time and energy into implementing well-known solutions and working together. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else for public comment on this issue, online or in room?
Good evening, Council. Robert Parker. Last time I was here, I talked to you a little bit about the 1/10 mental health and substance abuse advisory money. And I'm wondering if you've reached out. I know the award has already been made for the year, but they also have reserves. And to me, you have a good position because you guys have been paying out of the city limits for the last decade. Well, actually, about the last decade, since November of 2023. You've taken very little back out on the other side. We've done set-asides before in that advisory board. It was done for the Bremerton Police Department, for the de-escalation for the police. They did because they kind of didn't meet inside and in the timing. County commissioners were able to approve that. I would ask that the mayor pick up the phone, the council president pick up the phone, talk to our 3 county commissioners, see if you can't get some of that funding for up there. The other thing that I would ask you to do is to call down to the county and talk to them about the Homes for All program that's now pretty much defunct. They haven't done anything since 2018. There's those 8x12 tiny homes sitting in church parking lots down there that nobody has used. I just was inventorying them this week. They're sitting in church parking lots. If you're going to put things onto city property, please go grab those. Nobody's using them. Talk to Commissioner Garrido. She was the chair of that committee. It's on the county's website, the whole history of it and the minutes and everything. They haven't even had a meeting since 2018. Please, it's going to get cold. The sheds cost $1,500 a whack to put together. I know because I helped donate towards it. If we're looking at like the pallet system of housing, it's a lot more money than we were looking at before. $1,500 a whack. Go get 15 grand and put some
Just
sheds
5
together.
seconds.
Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Anyone else? No one else online? Not seeing anyone else standing up in the room. I'll go ahead and close public comment and I'll go to the council for a motion on this item. And if not, I'll make it myself. Okay, yes, Ms. Fry, or Councilmember Fry.
I'll move to approve ordinance number 5482 to update Bremerton Municipal Code, Chapter 9.32, entitled Unauthorized Camping.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Councilmember Younger seconded. We're open for discussion. Councilmember Fry, the floor is yours if you wish.
This has been a long process and I don't think it's over. I don't think anything that we do tonight is going to make it over or is going to solve anything. I personally feel like we need to take action. I have heard a lot from homeowners and renters, family members down there, as well as advocates for the homeless. And I think we all have, and I think we're trying to balance the needs of everyone. The reality is a council can't make shelters happen. You know, The city really doesn't provide direct services except through our police and fire. The county does a lot more of that than we do. And I know that we are talking with the county. We're working closely with the county through the mayor's office. I'm sorry it's taken this long. I'm sorry if it takes even longer. This is really tough work, really tough work. If we pass an ordinance tonight, it really can't adequately be enforced until we have adequate shelter. And that falls to the administration to help advance. We'll certainly talk about it out there and do whatever we can to advance it, but we can't make that happen. What we can make happen is an ordinance. And then when budget time comes around, we can look at things like 1/10, the 1%, which scares the Jesus out of the administration, let me tell you. It's a lot of money. But we can talk about that. We can look at that. Budget's coming right up, right up. I look forward to hearing more about what the mayor and the nonprofit social service providers have been working on. We heard a little taste of it tonight in your report, Mayor, and that's exciting. I'd feel a lot better about this if we had that already, but we've been kind of waiting for that, and it takes some time, and it's just not happening all at the same time. So with that all said, I'm ready to vote on this tonight and move it forward.
Councilmember Younger, floor is yours if you wish.
Yes, I'd like to build upon Councilmember Fry's comments during the pre-council session before the 5:30 meeting. There was talk about, well, quite frankly, the mayor sent the council a letter asking us to delay our vote on this ordinance, and I please implore the rest of the council, let's take a vote on this tonight. We've spent, I don't know how many, an hour and a half listening to continuous public testimony. Nothing really new here. We've heard this public testimony at least 3 times. It's time for us to take action. The framework that we're providing is based on public input, and it's also based on the mayor's input of what he needs as tools to be successful. So last week during our study session, he asked for the enforcement provision to be a misdemeanor and explained why you can't have 3 successive tickets, if you will, or infractions at $25 a pop before you can actually make it a misdemeanor. It's not even a misdemeanor if there's available overnight shelter. And the council put in the provision for what many of the people tonight said is a solution, which I firmly believed, and many of the council, I believe, also believe is the most logical immediate solution. And that is camping space when there is not the traditional overnight shelter. But once again, as Councilmember Fry indicated, the council doesn't have the capability to set up a camping space. We can give the money. And just as tonight we gave the Judge Flood, $60,000 that wasn't in her budget for security, we have ample resources. We have ample contingency reserves to give the mayor the money he needs to set up a camping space immediately. We need to pass this ordinance to give him the framework, because I've seen letters in the past where he says, in responding to constituents that send their emails in, I'm waiting for the council to pass an ordinance to address this issue. We need to pass this ordinance tonight. We need to address the issue. We're going to give the mayor the framework, the tools that he's asked for, and then the mayor needs to set up a designated camping space. This business about Everett's Palisade Village is too little, too late, and too small to address their situation. I'm also upset to hear about it in the mayor's report in the Kitsap Sun, which I had to read to get the full details, when he really should be having more communication with the council from the onset. That's got to change. Mayor, we're going to pass this ordinance tonight, hopefully, and it's on you to provide, as the administrator, to put in this overnight camping shelter. And as many of the members of the community indicated, it needs to be a decent place, better conditions than what people living on the streets have now. It needs to have running water. It needs to have sanitation facilities. It needs to be done now. Thank you.
I saw Councilmember Mockler earlier, and then we'll go to Councilmember Mockler, then Vice President Chamberlain, then Councilmember Dennehy.
Thank you, Vice President Chamberlain. I'm in favor of passing this ordinance. Do I think it is a perfect ordinance? I do not. The people who are experiencing homelessness in all of the encampments in Bremerton deserve our empathy, and they deserve shelter. They deserve the designated camping sites with the urban rest stop and the unarmed security guards trained in conflict resolution and de-escalation that we have been talking about since early August. We have been talking about making this happen, but we actually really can't make it happen. The mayor is the executive branch. He executes the decisions. All we can do is make this ordinance. So sorry about that. People who are experiencing homelessness deserve our empathy. But Marvin Williams was not created by like some wealthy donor just dropping millions into the ground. That was a ton of hard work. And those kids have not been able to go outside all summer long. There's vandalism even on their electrical outlets, their exterior electrical outlets. The event space that they try to rent out, almost coming back to Germanity, is to pay for all of the community services they give, basically. People don't want to come use those event spaces. Property owners along MLK Way, their wives and daughters are being threatened with rape and murder. There's theft, there's trespass. We have photographs of people who have just accomplished a defecation on a porch and are just standing there. I think that the member of the public who suggested something we've been suggesting was great, which is the unarmed security guards, merchant patrol that we already have. They should be offering security to the people in and around these encampments. Again, this is not a perfect ordinance, but the mayor has sent many, many emails to constituents saying that his hands are tied. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, until council passes an ordinance. So let's do it. And then we can start talking about creating a more perfect system that serves everyone. The final thing I'm going to say is we have been looking at city-owned surplus property as sites for affordable housing all year. And for building it, well, my thing is we would build it and maintain it, but certainly we would use the properties. And truly affordable housing for the 40% of Bremerton households that make less than 40,000. I really urge the council to pass this ordinance so that the mayor can move forward and help people. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Chamberlain.
President Coughlin, these folks are like breaking my heart. They may not know that I'm a crybaby, but I am. So I've heard stories of, folks who have lost loved ones to substance use disorder, whether it's a choice or not, they still lost somebody. There's somebody. People who have just experienced just crazy behavior in their neighborhood, and their kids can't go outside, and they're finding needles, and they're experiencing trauma as well. And something that's in my heart is, our entire community. I'm going to cry, you guys. Our entire community and communities across this country are in trauma. whether it's from folks who are houseless, experiencing trauma, or folks who are experiencing trauma from the fallout of houselessness crisis. We are not the only community dealing with this. And I just, and it just also, you know, it kind of hurts my feelings that we don't, and I'm just one person, you know, that we don't have a good, you know, working, like, cohesive, like, synergetic relationship between all three branches of government. And I would like to see that change. And would it be okay to ask the mayor to clarify why he wants us to delay the ordinance? Would that be okay?
You have the right to ask any mayor or staff question.
Mayor Wheeler, you sent us a letter, and I just want to know if your position has changed on asking us to delay after hearing public comment, or if there's a particular reason that you think that we should delay. I would love clarification.
Well, I do have the letter here. The public hasn't seen it. I can read it. And my position is still the same, but it's up to you. That's up to council president.
Would that be okay if you read it?
If you'd like him to read it, yep.
Or if you're comfortable,
prerogative.
absolutely. And by now it's public records, so.
Yeah.
Yes,
And it is in the
share it.
council package,
Yes,
yes.
please.
Let's see here. Okay. All right, so to the audience, this is the letter I sent to the city council yesterday. So, dear council, I am asking that the council not vote on the unauthorized camping ordinance tomorrow, which is today, and instead take additional public comment after an explanation of the latest draft ordinance. I have received hundreds of emails since last Wednesday. Our community does not have a clear understanding about what the council will be voting on tomorrow, which is now today. This confusion is understandable due to some irregularities with how this ordinance is coming to a vote. First, the draft ordinance that was in the study session packet for 913 included prohibitions on camping at all times in the right-of-way, at parks, at developed city properties, and city properties closed to the public. The 913 packet also included maps of undeveloped city properties where enforcement would be suspended if there was no available shelter. As you know, the usual course of action is that an item at study session moves forward to the consent agenda or general business agenda at the following council meeting in mostly the same form as discussed at the study session. At the study session last week, however, council made significant changes to the draft ordinance that is on for the vote today. The council wanted a new draft ordinance for a vote at this week's meeting that has no specific prohibitions on camping and no maps showing where enforcement is suspended if there is no available shelter space. Making a big change of that nature between a study session and a council meeting vote is unusual and seems to have contributed to the confusion on this issue. Second, our local newspaper, the Kitsap Sun, initially reported that the council was not voting on this ordinance on 9/20. While there was a later correction in the newspaper on that point, the initial misstatement should give the council pause in going forward. And finally, the packet for the 9/20 meeting was initially uploaded last Thursday evening with the 9/13 draft ordinance that included the suspended enforcement maps. This error was corrected on Friday when the packet was reposted with the 9/20 draft ordinance. But for a portion of last week, it appeared the upcoming vote at the 9/20 council meeting would be the 9/13 draft ordinance that the council was no longer considering. This combination of irregularities has created confusion on an issue that is important to this community and warrants additional time so the council and public can understand and discuss the latest draft. Right, so that was my letter.
Thank you, Mayor Wheeler. I appreciate you reading that to us, to the public. I think I hear it definitely coming directly from your voice. So that was helpful to hear. I think that I understood things a little bit with more clarity, actually hearing it from you. And so the mayor did request that we delay the vote. And that's because there was confusion in the community. So I really, really hope that I have been able to connect to everybody in my district that has tried to email me. And if I haven't, please, I don't want it to be like Miss Trask over there who didn't hear from her person. I would like my people to make sure that they've been contacted by me. So if you haven't, please, I'm sorry, President Coughlin, I'm directing it to you. I hope that my constituents make sure to email again. I feel like I've connected with everybody that emailed or left a voicemail, and I've just had some great conversations. And I'll be honest, there is a lot of confusion. Even today, I talked to 4 people who were still confused about the ordinance and what we were voting on, and they asked me, "Are you going to vote on it today?" And I said, I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, there's been so much fluidity in this, and a new variable is introduced, and we just don't want to do it wrong. We don't want to cause further harm to any segment of the population by doing it wrong. And so I will testify that my constituents have been confused. But I also will testify that as a representative for my constituents, that they want safety, they want security. I have my own here. I got to say, I have my own personal belief and agenda on my own time about homelessness, about criminal justice, about all of these things. But at the end of the day, I'm elected to represent my people, right? So I have to weigh that very carefully. And I've heard some really compelling stories. And some of the, stories that I've heard in my area, I believe that my area spoke up the loudest and the most. I don't know if anybody can by numbers confirm it, but y'all feel it, right? And that means something to me, just because we have divergent beliefs about homelessness, the cause of it, some folks, I gotta say, at that community meeting, there were some folks that were afraid to speak up that talked to me later about their beliefs, and they were solutions-based. They weren't as angry. And those were also valuable conversations. But even for folks that were angry, I just appreciated. It wasn't that they were heartless for the most part. It's that they're not heartless. They are concerned for their safety. And I understand that. So just based on the fact that we have had a lot of confusion, still my constituents are still writing in with confusion about what's happening today. I would support delaying it. I'm still open to debate and hearing what y'all have to say about it. I'm not going to hold us back if a consensus is reached, or if a majority is reached. I'm not going to hold us back from this because if action needs to happen, it needs to happen. But my constituents were still a little confused today. So that's all I have to share. Thank you.
Councilmember Dennehy.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to direct comments to you, but thank everybody who spoke up today. We do a lot of talking on council, and it's been really nice to do some listening. And I think we need to do some more listening on this issue because I think there is some confusion around it. Just to be clear, I said this at study session, but I really want to anchor this conversation in this being a societal failure. There was a young woman who spoke today who originally was from Japan and came through here. I recently went to that country. This country, compared to Japan, compared to a lot of other industrialized, developed nations, has far more homeless, both raw numbers and percentage-wise. And that is a result of policies that we ourselves have voted for. If you're making minimum wage in Washington State, you're taking about $2,500 gross after Social Security, after taxes, that goes down to about $2,000. According to a few websites, the median rent in Bremerton for a 1-bedroom or studio is around $1,600. So that leaves $400 of your net. If you're working 160 hours a month, full time,
to go towards bills, to go towards food, to go towards other things like that. Homeless advocacy groups say the number one reason that people are homeless is because of unaffordable housing and a divestment in affordable housing. And a lot of people turn to drugs because of the hopelessness that they feel. They don't have family members or generational wealth to draw upon. They don't have a social safety net because we've taken that away in this country. And now we're dealing with the consequences. It's not just here in Washington. I'm from Montana. I lived in Louisiana. I have family in Minnesota. I lived in New England. It's everywhere. So I understand the anger that is coming, but bring that anger to the ballot box in federal, in state elections. And that's not a violation. It's fine. There were a couple of things because I do find it frustrating sometimes that we don't give comment back. That's to expedite comments and to make sure everybody has. But I did notice a couple things that I wanted to clarify. There was a comment made about the Ninth Circuit. You know, the Ninth Circuit is an appellate court that interprets federal law. We are in the Ninth Circuit, and they determined that arresting people because they have nowhere to go is violative of the Eighth Amendment of the Constitution, cruel and unusual punishment. We are in the Ninth Circuit, and so until Supreme Court grants cert, and I haven't seen the Supreme Court grant certiorari on this issue, I don't even think there's a circuit split. We need to follow the law of the Ninth Circuit. If we enforce this law on the books that was written in 2004, and we sweep the homeless camps like some of the folks are asking, we are subjecting the taxpayers to a federal lawsuit. That's why we're trying to update this ordinance, to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, in addition to using our tools to help solve this problem. The second comment I wanted to address was disability versus mental illness. There's something called WALAD, the Washington Law Against Discrimination. If you look at RCW 49.8, I'm sorry, Title 49.60.251 of the RCW, the Revised Codes of Washington, it lays out in a public accommodation setting, including lodging, which includes homeless shelters, that you cannot be discriminated against because of a mental or physical disability, provided that the behavior or actions constituting risk to property or other persons can be grounds for refusal and shall not constitute an unfair practice. So yes, Washington law protects people that need accommodations based on mental illness until it goes into a place where it becomes unsafe. Those were a couple comments that I wanted to make clear for people. I think we need more time to listen to more public comment, to understand what other people are wanting out of this. I think the mayor's points are actually very valid. I see you raising your hand. Go ahead, Mayor, if you want to step in for a second, and then I'll reclaim my time.
Thank you. And I actually, council member, I would ask you to complete your thoughts. If I could have a chance for a comment, just to close out my letter. Maybe it can help provide clarity, because I think that's what we all want, is clarity.
Sure. So you want me to finish my comments and yield time to you? I'll do that. I'll do that. So I'm hearing a balancing of need, of private property rights and safety of the community versus balancing the right of people to exist, right? And balancing our need as a city to comply with federal law and make sure that we are reducing our liability while still maintaining some humanity of how we deal with this issue as a community. It's a really, really tough issue. It really is. And as somebody stated, I forget, he said he was the executioner. There's an execution branch. That's right. This isn't the execution branch. That's the mayor. We're going to have to rely on the mayor to execute what our local solution to this is. But in my opinion, I would like to take a little bit more time. If we pass this law, there's still not enough shelter beds, right? So we're not going to be able to enforce this in general. So that is my prerogative. I'll of course listen to the rest of the council. But I do want to say that this is a really difficult issue, and I just want to say thank you to everybody who showed up. Thank you to everybody who's written letters. Thank you to everybody who is struggling with this. We're all struggling with this together as a community, as a state, as a nation. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, council member. And I think it's important for folks to know, but they, you know, and I haven't been up here on your dais, you know, able to kind of give some thoughts from, you know, the person trying to execute the plan. So an ordinance being passed today, we should all know that it doesn't change anything in our community. So it will not change until we have shelter beds available. So November 1st, we have shelter beds available. This is per contracts that were being finalized right now with the Salvation Army. So for a period of time, we'll have shelter beds available. I will need an ordinance to be able to enforce the new law that's coming out, because there'll be some folks who will refuse that service. And so we'll need the ordinance to give them an option. The option will be to accept the service we provide or consequences. So and the idea that the Salvation Army will save us by maintaining capacity when we don't know how much is coming our way is it should be set aside. The reality is we don't know how much is coming our way. So I will continue working to build different options for people with the understanding that there's going to be times when we have capacity and we do not have capacity. That is the reality facing every city in the nation. You don't throw these up overnight. The dignified, compassionate way we're talking about, with full sanitation, garbage, different types of waste, controls, food, water, that is a multi-million-dollar operation per year. Security, buffering, security lighting, all of that together. That's how much it costs. The city of Bremerton won't pay for that alone. We don't have the budget. You have said multiple times, we are ready. We stand ready. You don't have $2 million. I will be able to find some funds. It'll be one time, because we can do this, to get up sites set up. That's the reality of our budgets that we're in. We'll partner with the nonprofit agency. We'll partner with Kitsap County. They have access to different funds. The 0.1%, we have used that to the maximum. We do that through our partnerships when we contribute to Mills Crossing and to other projects in the city. We contribute with our funds, but we also are partnering with other agencies who are receiving those funds. Peninsula Community Health Services is a solid example of folks who are applying for those funds. We will partner with them on the medical respite. So it's not, just know this, the money is not going to grow on trees. Putting this together takes time. So the ordinance is a part of this. It's not the full part, but the ordinance, the reason I'm asking for a delay is I wanted you to readjust the lens to consider the folks that are in our room today and on September 6th. So I wanted that lens. I want you to have that lens. That was my wish and goal for the deliberate. So, thank you.
Councilmember Dennehy, done with the floor. Just
I'm done with the floor. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you so much.
Councilmember Good now.
Thank you. So overall, I think that we could vote on this. But I certainly like the idea of just giving some folks some time and to understand exactly what it is as it's changed a bit. So if we did push it out, I don't know if we need to take any more time to discuss it. But I definitely think that we need to be done with this so that we can start tackling some of this other stuff that we've talked about. I would love to have, if not use next study session to talk about this, but to maybe really talk with the mayor and any of his directors about what we're going to need to do and who we could maybe pull to the table. I experienced a really interesting thing, earlier this week. Vibe Coworks had a little relaunch of their space in Bremerton, but they're trying to start up something called an Impactathon, which is kind of, it takes a social issue and kind of works it through. And we did a little bit of it. And we talked about this. Somebody asked me what's an issue with the city, and this is what I brought up. But this is such a horrible way to solve this problem. And we have to kind of go on record, and then you guys have to let us know, and then we have to. It's so I would love to find some ways, and they're trying to put this Impactathon together, and it wouldn't be dedicated to this, but it could be a topic that happens at it. Anyways, the way we decide whether we should hold off or not is by taking a vote. So I'd like to move that we postpone the vote for 2 weeks till the next regular council meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We're open for discussion on the motion to postpone. I guess Councilmember Goodnow has
I
the
have
floor if any other
no
comments.
more comments. I'd be ready to vote.
Perfect. And second over to Councilmember
Okay,
Chamberlain.
well, if we postpone, I would almost be open to a week. Like, what if we took action at the study session? We've done it before, and that would give us another week for public comment. I would be good with 2 weeks. I would be good with, as long as the public is, I mean, it's hard. This is a complex issue. I know folks want relief right now. But there's more than two sides to this issue. And I just want to make sure people know, people want to know, what the real deal is. And we've changed it every time we meet. It's been changed again. And Mayor, I appreciate that you're coming up for an answer. I'm going to go ahead and take my time right now. But I think that we could possibly take action next week, but I do believe that we need to have more public comment. I have received, I just think it's the right and legal fair thing to do. So thank you.
Councilmember Dennehy.
Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Dennehy has the floor. I'm just going to ask you to hold off.
Mr. Mayor, I'll cede some of my time to you. My concern with delaying it is to make sure that everybody is heard from. And so I wouldn't want to take action during a study session. My proposal, would be to take just public comment and the vote. Maybe the 4th is a compromise. I was hoping the 18th, but I would be amenable to the 4th, just to give another, it was standing room only here, right? And how many other people might be at a shift or unable to make it or had technology issues. I would like to hear that this is the record breaking, I think, is what we heard today, issue of public comment of all city councils, not just in our tenure. And so this is something that really affects the community very, very deeply and is going to have some long-standing effects. So I don't want to rush through it. And that's my take. And then I'll cede a little bit of time to the mayor, and then it looks like fellow council members have.
Thank you, Counselor. And just so that everybody in the audience knows, and council, so I'm trying to manage our expectations working together. The openness that I'm providing right now with the project you see me working on, this is what you'll get next week. There won't be specific sites we'll be discussing because there's real estate involved. Okay, so when we're talking about real estate transactions, depending on where we are in the city, and we're talking about locations, I will come to you. We will go into an executive session and have discussions. We will talk about money also. And obviously you approve those type of contracts. There is a lot happening, but you are a body that must do everything in public per law. Your decisions, every single action per law must be done right here in this type of setting. Me, in my role as the administrator, the head of the city, I can go out and I can meet with nonprofits, do site visits, see what might be appropriate. I can do the research, the due diligence. So I can do that. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware, just so you aren't set up to, and be asked, well, why isn't the mayor sharing this? It's like, because we're evaluating a lot of sites.
Thank you. And that's the end of my time.
Thank you, Councilmember Mochler. No, I saw your hand first.
Thank you, thank you, President Coughlin. Okay, it's getting late for all of us. I don't think we should delay this. I think we should spend our next study session talking about how we can actually make something useful happen. To start with the unarmed security guards within and around the encampments to provide security to people inside and around the encampments. I think we should vote on postponing, and I think we should vote against postponing. I think we should have the vote tonight.
Yeah. Councilmember Younger, is your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. So I find this all very frustrating. So we're a representative government. We've heard, I think, on three occasions, large groups of folks come down to council meetings and give us their opinion on the various ordinances. The opinions haven't really changed. What, for the people that want to delay it another 2 weeks, what have you heard tonight that makes you want to change any part of the ordinance that we're contemplating voting on tonight? We're a representative government. We've heard the issues. People definitely don't want the maps. They don't want us to go down that route. So we wrote the ordinance based on that feedback to what we have tonight. I didn't hear anything tonight that would convince me to change any part of that ordinance as presented tonight. So I agree with Councilmember Mochler. Let's vote on this thing and move on towards implementing solutions. We have to have an ordinance for the administration to rely on for the framework. Stop kicking the can down the road. This is just extremely frustrating. The business about the mayor saying this is highly unusual. I'm sorry, I was council president 5 times, 5 years. It's not highly unusual. Don't buy off on that. Do your job and vote on the ordinance. We've had it before us 3 different times. Yeah, it's changed, but it's been based on public feedback, all the letters. And I like it the way it is. Is it perfect? No, but it's a start. And it's better than what we have. Please, I implore you, let's vote on this thing, get it done.
I'll take my turn, and council give me a little leeway to kind of set up why I think we should vote tonight. So council had a really hard task, right, with this goal, modifying this ordinance. It's a hot button issue, to say the least, right? Nationally, it's probably one of the top issues folks are talking about, but I'm glad that we as a council have been talking about it. I'm glad we haven't stuck our head in the sand. We've been addressing it head on. I agree. We've gotten record-breaking input on this already. Our poor staff trying to make sure every comment is captured. It's been bigger than any discussion, I think, in the past of the city, from what I've heard. And you know what I get is 80-90% of the city has the same view. They want resources for those experiencing homelessness and mental health and drug addiction, but they also want a law, some barriers that regulate use of our public space. They want to ensure that folks can experience peace and quiet in their homes and have safe community centers, and all of that. And absolutely, we need resources. We need well-staffed shelters, mental health treatment, drug addiction prevention, making sure drugs aren't in our community in the first place. We need to address poverty and houselessness and generational wealth. We need it. I mean, there's been a state and national failure to provide these resources going back decades, as other council members have said. And now cities are having to deal with these large regional issues one by one. And I hope Bremerton is our city. We can do our fair share, but I do acknowledge we are the poorest per capita city in the county. So we can take the lead, but we can't do it alone. So the mayor's come to us, for requests in the past, like for affordable housing. And we've allocated hundreds of thousands, close to $1 million just this past year. Some of the federal funds were in charge of for affordable housing. But for a shelter or a designated camping space or anything like that, we are waiting on the mayor. And I'm not to say it's easy. He's briefed that he's working hard on it. This is a tough thing, but to be clear, it is on the mayor. And it's been more than 6 months. And we knew even before Salvation Army closed down, it was be coming. So I've known for a long time we'll be facing this issue. Council can't designate a site and stand up a temporary shelter. Council can't negotiate agreements with nonprofits or coordinate city resources, volunteers. council can't negotiate a security contract for neighborhoods for temporary relief. And we're all part-time, whereas the mayor's full-time with the city's resources. So our scope on this whole thing has always been solely just on enforcement until we get an ask for budget. And so our task was to update the section of code to make it compliant with the Ninth Circuit so that we could have some enforcement, as I believe the vast majority of the city wants. To be clear, there is no enforcement at present. There hasn't been enforcement for more than 6 months. And before that, it was sporadically enforced as shelter space was right on the edge. And again, we've heard clearly city wants enforcement. So I'm proud of this council for showing leadership by really spending a lot of time exploring all the options and getting unprecedented feedback. Normally on something this complex, the usual procedure is something that would be brought forth by the mayor for our consideration. Because there's a large intricate interplay between ordinance and laws, existing city policies, staff expertise, partnerships between the city and other organizations. But the mayor didn't bring forth any comprehensive plan or proposal. So it was up to council to explore all the options within our lane of updating this law. So we tried really hard to craft an ordinance that would provide immediate relief to those folks most impacted by the current unregulated encampments. And after a lot of discussion, we tried doing that by making all sidewalks and planter strips off limits all the time. And we also tried to keep it that it was, humane. We tried to strike a middle ground. And gosh, MLK is in my district. I have overwhelmingly heard folks who live on MLK from Marvin Williams Center. And all I can say is we tried, but when we looked at that draft the other week, all it left was these sporadic properties throughout the city. And when that map came out and people saw those list of sporadic properties, they freaked out, and reasonably so. I get it. So we tried, but the rest of the city, the vast majority of the city, obviously did not want that, which is why we changed and went back to a simpler ordinance that is more in line with all the other cities around us. I do want to say, though, there is an option from Eugene, Oregon, that was just presented to us, I think a week or 2 weeks ago, and that option from Eugene, Oregon basically says that right now, if you're responsible for maintaining the sidewalk and the planter strip in front of your house, which is on the code in Bremerton, was on the code in Eugene, there's a legal argument that you can't do your legal obligation to maintain the planter strip and the sidewalk if somebody is there. And so what Eugene, Oregon passed a few years ago was an ability for property owners, including both residential property and commercial, to be able to trespass people from the planting strip in front of their house, the same as if it was private property. And so council agreed that public safety will be exploring that at their next meeting and hopefully bring in a recommendation to council for the residents in my district that are most impacted. Again, just from the enforcement side that's in our swim lane, I think that's something that would provide immediate relief and yet still be in compliance with the Ninth Circuit. Public safety is always also going to have basically homelessness as a standing agenda item to get updates from the administration regarding shelter space and to get feedback on enforcement statistics and to provide recommendations to council for any other updates to either this ordinance if it gets passed or other codes. So we have a mechanism to continually reevaluate what we passed tonight. And if something's not working, if it's having unintended consequences, we can update it. I think we have a good ordinance. As we heard, it's in line with other cities. It's a very reasonable middle ground. We've spent 3 months on this ordinance and 12 meetings. I think what we're talking about tonight is now clear to folks, everyone here. And those that are confused are going to need ongoing education. I don't think another 2 weeks is going to make the entire city suddenly understand a lot of the legal nuances. I've been working with the kids up Sun to try and get the reporting and the facts straight. I've been sending emails to everybody as we go to kind of keep them in the loop. And all my promises, I'll continue with that education to make sure people know. I don't want to spend another 2 weeks on this when we could be starting to talk budget. We could talk about how to get Prop 1 back on the ballot for more law enforcement. I'm really disappointed that did not pass. We can talk about 1% mental health funding, temporary security. So council, I'll just wrap up here. My recommendations, let's get this passed. We'll continue the education and let's get to working on all these other solutions before us. And unless there's a quick second round on this motion to postpone, we can. All right.
The question.
I'll call for the question. And if you can reread the motion, just so it's clear.
See, this is for the motion to postpone consideration of this motion to October 4th, 2023. Councilmember Mochler,
No.
Younger,
No.
Chamberlain,
Yes.
Fry,
No.
Dennehy,
Yes.
Goodnow,
Yes.
Coughlin.
No.
Motion fails. 3 yeses, 4 nos.
All right, so we're back to the main motion to pass the ordinance, and we can do a second round of comments. Oh, thank you, Councilmember Goodnow. You still have the floor
So-
on the main motion, so back to
All
Councilmember
right.
Goodnow on the main.
So I'm very happy with that. It was sort of procedural, and just so you know, we also, you're really not supposed to vote against a motion you make. So, but now we know where we stand and we're moving forward and we're gonna do this. And I support us moving forward because we have to move on to other stuff. We have to move on to the stuff that we've, heard you guys speak about that didn't fall within the parameters of this. So, I'm ready. So, thank you. And, let's get this done.
Yes, Councilmember Chamberlain.
Yeah, okay. So I've just got some last thoughts. People are tired of hearing thoughts, but and I get it. We're exhausted by this and it's been a long night. This is not the longest night we've ever had. Y'all know where I come from. You know that I have been houseless and struggled with lots of things. And I did have privilege and I was able to meet those obstacles, but it was because I have privilege that I was able to have the strength to, I don't know, overcome them and so I guess I just want to honor that perspective that has been missing from some of our public comments, that people are kind of afraid to share, that there are people who they struggle and the system is broken in a lot of ways and there's not enough resources, there's not enough housing. I would like to have a solutions-based approach. Let's see, we have Mr. Johansson that asked if any of us had ever gone down to the encampments and interacted with folks. And I can say that I have. I did a meal, an outdoor meal every day during the inclement weather season. I'm not out there. And then when I go out into public, I'm not going out there saying, hey, I'm Jennifer Chamberlain, I'm on city council. I just go, I'm a person, I'm your neighbor. I'm just gonna do, just gonna be and live my life. And so I have interacted with those folks and those folks have some, there's a lot of folks with mental wellness issues. There's a lot of folks that struggle and most of them have issues that could be addressed by social services. Then I'm just disappointed and I would love to see, is it too much to say we should have a class action lawsuit against other places that are not providing funding for our city? I would like to see that. So with that, I guess, thank you for this robust discussion. Thank you to all the folks who privately talked to me, who were afraid to speak up in public. I really appreciated your conversations as well. Thank you.
Any final quick comments or questions? All right, seeing and hearing none, I will call up the question.
Councilmember Goodnow,
Yes.
Mochler,
Yes.
Younger,
Yes.
Chamberlain,
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
Dennehy,
No.
Coughlin.
Yes.
Motion carries 6 yeses, 1 no.
Thank you. With that, the last item on our agenda is council reports. Council reports are an opportunity for council members to provide an update on any issues or events taking place in their district, announce events they've recently attended or plan to attend, or speak on any other city-related topic. With the last council meeting of the month, we'll start with District 7 Council Member Eric Younger, and
Oh, don't leave yet, y'all.
we can limit it 2 minutes, just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we can limit
Councilmember,
it 2 minutes
sure.
and I thank you. And I can't see the people leaving, but I'm sure they are. I see a couple people in the front there that are still there. Greetings from Los Angeles. That's where I'm at tonight. And I was there last week as well. I apologize for not being there in person. I'm grateful that the council has moved forward with this ordinance. I think it is a compromise. It's not perfect, but it's a start.
Sorry, folks, just a little quieter in the room there. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't hear the noise in the background either. I guess that's an advantage of Zoom. So yeah, I'm relieved that we've got this under our belt and we can move forward. Can't rest on our laurels. I'm looking forward to hearing from the mayor some of his solutions on next Wednesday's study session. I believe that's what was inferred was going to happen. So full to the public for all their comments and the emails that came in. It was like packets like 600 pages. I'm sure we've read all that. I read all the emails as they came in. So it's kind of exhausting, but I'm glad we had the robust public comments from all different viewpoints to make our collective decision. So thank you.
Next up, District 6, Councilmember Lana Mockler.
Thank you. Slide, please, and brief dance of joy. So this is going to be a really abbreviated council report. I had a much longer one in mind. Every month since the emergency declaration was lifted, I have these monthly town halls. The next one is October 9th. It's at 100 Oyster Bay Avenue North, the Bremerton Public Works Building. For the rest of it, I really, really appreciate all of you coming. I appreciate the civility of all of your discourse, the willingness to listen to opposing views with courtesy and respect really cheers me up considerably, but I've already done the dance of joy about that. So thank you all very much and have a good, safe week.
All right, next up, District 5, Councilmember Michael Goodnow.
I have no report, so we see if we can get out of here by 10.
Sounds good. District 4, Councilmember Quinn Dennehy.
I'll join that. No report tonight.
District 2, Councilmember Denise Fry.
I do have a report with slides. Next slide, please. Thanks to everybody. Man, I'm sorry that all this had to be such a contentious issue, but it brought you out. It brought you to us. And I think we all learned a lot through the process and will continue to do so. I love kaleidoscopes. I've used them a lot with my kids because I've always taught them that you can change the way you're looking at something. If something doesn't feel right, you can change the way you look at it. And we've gotten so many different perspectives in this process, and all of them are valid, and we need to weigh them all. And so I really appreciate the kaleidoscope that you guys have given us throughout this process. It's really been full, and I am a better person, I know, for it. So thank you for that investment. Next one, next slide, please. 24 units of new multifamily housing coming to East Bremerton in District 2. 23, actually, one of them is going to be a small studio unit, I think, for the maintenance person. I did find out that it's 25 and over where they have to start talking about offset for open space. So interesting that we're getting 24 unit complexes. But we're thrilled about it. Next slide, please. And then this is just, you know, you sense some really good tension in these city council meetings between the administration and the council and the judicial branch. And a lot of that is really good, healthy tension. Some of it is just culturally, we work in different ways. And so I know I've shared this with staff before, but I'm going to keep sharing it. It's like with the comprehensive plan, you hear about hurry up and wait, but you never get warned about the please wait, 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 wait. Comprehensive plan is coming. Wait, wait, and then hurry up. You got to take a vote. So I'm just offering that. One reason that this took so long was because we were trying to get information. And it took us a long time sometimes to get the information that we needed from the people that we needed it from within the administration. So better communication. I really, really hope more open communication, more trust, you know, and let's not turn everything into a political football. Thank you.
All right, next up, District 1, Council Vice President Jennifer Chamberlain.
Hello. Okay, I do have a report. I'll try to make it quick. I also have a little something I'm going to read, but I have 5 minutes. I'll try to make it 3. This was the best picture I could get from our community meeting. I will say, you know, in the end, I was able to collaborate in discussing issues, not only with the mayor and the police chief, but also with some of our advocates who are boots on the ground. And there was some hard questions. There was a lot of passion. But when it comes down to it, this is, you know, what an amazing opportunity to meet, I don't know, 200, 300 of my neighbors. And I recommended that we have a block party. I'm serious. I said it before, but they need to organize a block party because that would be a fantastic party. I'll bring the tacos and somebody to play music. But all in all, I feel like I got a really wide variety of perspectives. I got the people who were not afraid to speak out, and then later on, when I was able to connect directly, I was able to get people who are afraid or who are just, they like to stay under the radar. And there's a lot of perspectives. And what I really, really appreciated is when people were solutions based, that they had ideas to solve the problem, that they had empathy for both sides, and also shared with me some really vulnerable, like scary moments, you know. And so I very much appreciate that. You know, I think that's all I'm going to do for my council report tonight, except to say, just please don't forget, folks, that these people who are outdoors, who are outside, they were somebody. You know, it could easily be one of us under the wrong conditions. And what I know is that the person that you are seeing today, the person that you know sitting here on this bench, is a completely different person than the person I was, 20 years ago, when I didn't have secure housing, when I didn't have, when my resources weren't secure. I was desperate, and I was not a kind person. I was not the person you see today. So when you see people who are acting out in lots of weird ways, like, yes, you deserve safety, but also let's try to give some folks a little bit of empathy. Thanks. That's all.
I'll try and be quick as well. I do have some slides. Again, thanks to everybody for coming out, speaking up, writing emails. Thanks to this council. And yeah, Councilmember Fry had a good point about healthy tension. If all of us were agreeing all the time, either between branches or between ourselves up here, something would be horribly wrong. So we do not want groupthink. We want to have a very robust discussion. Real quick, really glad in the mayor's report to hear about the pallet housing option. I think I had that in my report 2 weeks ago as well, when the Housing and Homelessness Coalition presented it. So that is a great group. I get to attend about meetings half the time, depending on how crazy Council Wednesdays are. But fantastic. And as far as my slides go, I just want to highlight a really giant thanks to Eric Morley, who's become just spearheader of this Bremerton Ferry Coalition as a citizen-led group to really advocate for Bremerton and its ferries. And so he, in addition to hosting monthly meetings for over a year, hosted this gathering. And you can see who is the Bremerton Ferry Coalition. Started out citizen groups. They educated themselves. They have formed incredible connections, not only with other citizens, but elected officials and staff and governor's office. And so they hosted this fantastic meeting on the ferries about 2 weeks ago. Mayor was at, I was at. We had county commissioners and port commissioners, representatives from Washington State Ferries, a lot of concerned citizens. And if we go to the next slide, what was really good is we've said this on council, it was in the resolution that we passed last year, is there's just this incredible disparity with Bainbridge and Bremerton being the two routes going to Seattle in terms of the income between the two cities, route of poverty, diversity. And even though, again, thanks so much to the mayor for working with folks on getting the fast ferry funding to bridge the gap with the Washington State ferries, it of course still costs more as well. So it's really great to highlight this for especially the Washington State ferry folks that were in the audience. And next slide, what I really liked about it is it was not just a session to continue complaining. It was entirely focused on what are productive options that can be taken by citizens, by the state, by the ferry service, by the legislature, by us as as a city, to not only try and put some Band-Aids, but really what's the next couple of years, 5 years, 10 years ago to make sure that this failure of the Washington State Ferry Service doesn't happen again. So again, big kudos to Eric Morley for organizing this. I think it was incredibly productive. And the next slide, the timing was pretty great because unfortunately the Walla Walla, which was serving Washington, just went out of service the other day. And is going to be out for a month. So if you move Eric's face there, people can read. Sorry about that. Long story short, they had to shuffle the boats, game of Tetris. What was really nice is Bremerton, for once, I feel like, I'll be blunt, didn't get screwed. Bainbridge lost more ridership capacity than Bremerton did. And I think this is in no small part to Eric Morley's group and his advocacy and having that meeting where we're like, please, don't make Bremerton last every time your decision. So unfortunate to lose yet another boat, but I'm great to see that Bremerton's impact is minimal for once. And with that, I'll finish off with a update. Council's goals and priorities for the year. I gave a last status update in May. I just kind of want to highlight we're making good progress on a lot of tough issues that the council wanted to tackle this year regarding equity and public safety and homelessness and affordable housing and all these items. So I'll update this on the website. There's a lot to tackle. Everything in blue is kind of in budget season. And with that healthy tension, I think we can guarantee there will be no city level government shutdown. So our tension is not that high. But I look forward to addressing these issues in our budget season and trying to make good on these goals and priorities. And again, thank you to Mayor, Court, and Council for all the hard work and all the staff out there for the city. And with that, I'll quit my yapping so folks can go home. I'll announce the next study session is held in the 6th floor council conference room on Wednesday, September 27th, beginning at 5 p.m. with a remote option available by Zoom. That concludes tonight's regular council business. Meeting is adjourned.